we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stanford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to bed, and there was a strife. How you, my heart, keep the blue fading flying high, will soar through every challenge. We will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stanford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and then with a love this storm, every phone says to bed, and there was a strife. How you, my heart, keep the blue fading flying high, will soar through every challenge. We will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stanford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team, stand strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for Europe does, and then with a love this storm. Every phone's just to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world that all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team stands strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real of dust, and then with a love this storm. Every phone's just to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar, we rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world that all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, share our voices to the light. We love for the team stands strong by our side.
Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the skies. And if a cowboy said, for real of dust, and then with a love this storm. Every phone's just to bed, and there was a strife. You, my heart, keep the blue flame inside like we soar. Through every challenge, we will never ignore. In unity we trust, our hopes on the rise. Chelsea's spirit shines, bright lights up the sky.
Yes, good people, specifically, yes, Chelsea fans, a big up to all of you. Welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome to another Chelsea News Roundup show. And I do hope you're all doing well. And today, it's going to be Chelsea News Roundup show slash the review of our 4-1 smashing, trashing of Aston Villa on their own carpet. It was never going to be an easy game. They beat us at home in the opposite leg, yeah, by 3 goals to 1. And on that particular day, we scored a lucky goal from a corner kick. But today, it wasn't even close. From 1 goal down to smashing them 4-1, and we could have scored a lot more on the day. But that's by the way, we're here to talk about that particular game. Yeah, it ended Aston Villa 1, Chelsea 4. The Joao Pedro show. I think it'd be accurate to say, yeah, it was indeed the Joao Pedro. It was the Joao Pedro show today. Joao Pedro bagged his first Premier League hat trick in the 35th minute, 45th minute, 6 plus minute, and then the 64th minute. All well taken goal. I get it. One of them was a tap in, but he is an intelligent player and was at the right place at the right time to tap it in. Cole Palmer also had a very good game. Cole Palmer added the third in the 55th minute to effectively kill the game. And the table impact, we're back in the 5th place, and it's looking good for us. And the result today, Manchester United lost. Had they drawn, yeah, the gap would still be a bit concerning. But right now, I think not as bad as it was before. Chelsea 4, Aston Villa 1, Arsenal 1, Brighton 0. Just don't listen to what the Aston Villa, the Brighton manager is saying. As the Americans would say, a win is a win. I don't care what anybody's saying, a win is a win. And they won. And Mikel Arteta responded brilliantly by saying, yeah, he wished to be that he'd like to be doing a lot more, something to that effect of what people are complaining about them doing as long as they win it. West Ham United hoped. Big hope. They beat Fulham away by 1 goal to nothing, and they're keeping their hopes of surviving relegation alive. 2-2 draw Man City 2-2 draw against Nottingham Forest at home. They've looked very shaky of late, and it'd be accurate to say they look like that is they have no clue what they're doing. They look like they've given up. It looks like Pep has lost his magical touch. I just don't know. And Newcastle United, with a man down, beat Manchester United by 2 goals to 1. What a game that was today. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. As usual, we will do two things. We will start looking at the game, and once we're done, we will go news hunting, because I can guarantee you there'll be a lot of delicious comments from players, managers, pundits alike to talk about, because that was truly a good performance by Chelsea. Miss Melina, my Canadian sister, is here. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this evening. I cannot thank you enough for the love you've shown a brother, and I will reciprocate. I can't say that word correctly whenever time allows, but more importantly, I appreciate all the love. Let's see. Drew is here. As Atubi says, it's over. She did tell me it's over for Villa. It started looking like that 2 weeks ago. And Atubi, you mean the Ghanaian musician, I think. It started, you say, looking that way 2 weeks ago. They started dropping point, maybe stretched, maybe, because in my opinion, I don't think they have deep enough squad. And here, Drew says, Tobejo will be happy with Rosenior implementing the Reece James and Maresca midfield, which we've always known. We, on Chelsea Perspective, we've always known that, yeah, he's capable of fulfilling that role even more effectively than some of the specialized midfielders we have. Yeah, give me 1 second here. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, Teveo will be happy, and Reece James is such an intelligent player, good, very good at what he does. You don't need to actually question that. I don't know why my camera is blinking, and I've held things off a little bit to try to fix it. I'm not sure. And whenever that happens, it causes a lot of problem for me. I hope it doesn't persist. But let's see. And this is CFC Gamer 2300. He says Joao Pedro is very, very dangerous. Again, some Chelsea fans were questioning whether he was the right signing or whether it was a mistake that we signed him. And some actually started the Nicholas Jackson revisionism. Jesus Christ, I can't speak English this evening. But that's, by the way, maybe I'm too excited, and I'll take that. I've always known he's a much better finisher than Nicholas Jackson. I wouldn't say he has a lot more to his game than Nicholas Jackson, but it's important to just leave it on a surface level and go with the fact that he's a much better finisher than Nicholas Jackson, better aerially, and a whole lot of stuff. But yeah, Nicholas Jackson is also a good player. If he comes back and we decide to keep him, I'd be happy if we do that. Because yeah, he's not a bad player. The only thing he didn't do, I think it'd be accurate to still say during his time at Chelsea, was to put away the chances that come his way efficiently and consistently. The Ghanaian musician, I think that's a song he did with Bumper to Bumper. I think, was it Bumper to Bumper with One Day Cole? I love that song a lot. Was it? It's One Day Cole, ought to be. Yeah, that song in particular. All right, let's see. Caicedo, Lavia, Enzo, Santos Palma, Joao Pedro, Garnacho, Gusto James, Chalobah were all excellent today. Very, very dominant, and I have to agree with you. Give me a second, please. Let me see what's happening here. Yeah, apologies, guys. Yeah, so they all played very well, and something that makes me happy. Before now, we've always told people that Hato isn't a bad player. We just need to be patient with him. The kid is just 19. Correct me. Has he clocked 20 yet? I think he's just 19. And at this age, he captained Ajax, the Dutch giant. Captained them. He has that leadership trait in him. He can become on the ball. As much as I agree, Kukurea is more technically gifted and applies himself differently on the pitch. That erratic but effective approach from Kukurea, Hato doesn't have that. He's more calmer, but he gets the job done. He's more technically gifted. That's no disrespect to Kukurea. I still like them, and I'm happy we have both on our team. So they all were brilliant today. I wanted Hato to start the game today, and the manager glad he selected him to start. That's a serious confidence booster for him against Arsenal, and then today again. And what a game he had today. We will look at numbers also to look at the ratings for the players, and if you want to rate them on your own, you can go to the Chelsea Perspective website where our web app lives. Go there, find the game in particular, rate the players, and by the time before we end the show, I will pull it up to see the average rating from Chelsea fans. But yeah, Cole Palmer showed Morgan Rogers levels. I think they're actually friends, but I mean, you have every right to put it the way we have on the screen. You're entitled to your opinion. But here's the thing: Cole Palmer had a good game. Even if he didn't score that goal today, I would still rate him highly. That diagonal pass to Alejandro Garnacho, which Garnacho put in a carpet cross for what's his name, Joao Pedro to tap in. That was brilliant. That was good. That reflects his vision as a player. He looked top and didn't hesitate finding trading putting in that diagonal pass, orchestrating that diagonal pass for Alejandro Garnacho. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. We have 31 people following the show, but just 4 likes. I think we should be doing a lot better than that. If you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the video, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sincerely do appreciate you all. Yeah, welcome to YouTube. 14 Premier League goals. I think he will get 21. Yeah, because it's not over yet. He will get 21 goals by the end of the season. It's a possibility. Again, he's a lethal finisher, but more importantly, I admire his footballing intelligence very, very well. That's one of the things I look for in players, and he has that. He makes intelligent runs, and also he's excellent aerially, and it's not that sort of player you can bully easily and get away with it. You'd have to fight him to win. He doesn't. I think we've signed ourselves a gem there, and he's still very, very young. Can only get better. Joao Pedro, take a bow. I agree with you, sis. What a brilliant performance from him. Again, he's proven a lot of people wrong. And so let's hear your opinion, your man of the match. I want to hear that from you if you're in the chat. Let's hear you. Palmer, look back to his best. Very good to see. Also, Lavia is back. Estevo is back. And Isugo is in training again. We will need these guys versus PSG in the league. Asugo against PSG. No, we're not going to see him against PSG. We might actually not see who. Well, yeah, let's just stick with Asugo. I don't think we'll see Asugo against PSG, but it'd be a fight. It makes sense for him to be on the bench in case we need him, so we'll have him to call upon. So let's see. You're thinking of the song. Allow me to kiss your hand, be your man, you know I've forgotten the lyrics. I apologize. Yeah, that's a song. Yeah, that was R2B and Wande Cole. When Wande Cole was still with more hits. Okay, Modmana responding to you. Alejandro Garnacho also, he had a good game. And Garnacho, I don't think he's going to be playing consistently, because he's more effective when we play against teams that play with a high line or teams that leave spaces in behind that he can exploit with his pace. He's that sort of player. Against low blocks, I don't think he'll be playing a lot. But I've always told people he's not a bad player. But that's not to say we cannot do better than Garnacho. But for the price we got him for, I think we will eventually look back and say Garnacho was actually a good signing. And the kid is just still 21, just like the manager said. But unfortunately, we Chelsea fans, we want it like yesterday and not today. So patience, you can say exercising patience with players to adapt and eventually start firing on all cylinders. It's not their thing. All right. So let's see, what do we have here? Modmana is having a serious conversation. Drew, it looks like you started a fight with him. Slug it out. Pedro, man of the match. Was it ever in doubt? But at least we have to have a conversation, Drew. We have to have a conversation. It's important that I ask that question and then get your opinion. But I'm happy. I think it's clear, really. They all had a good game. Chalobah was on top of his game today. 150% concentration throughout the game, because there was a time Watkins had a chance to put to get one back for Aston Villa, but he was there, stuck his foot in, and dragged the ball out from his feet. We had similar situation. What team was it? And we considered from it. So let's see. Garnacho offered more than Neto. I don't want to start comparing them. We need all of them. I mean, I think as football fans, I know we have a very short memory. Neto, once again, and I'm going to keep saying this every time I see someone compare him to one of our players who's currently doing it better than him. He was one of our best players last season. He was one of the main reasons why we beat PSG in the Club World Cup final. He's a selfless player, and not all our players are as selfless as Neto. But if I read what you have, what I have on the screen, if I didn't read it correctly, correct me. But even at that, I just wanted to make that point. Up big to you, Ty. Sorry, I was on the road when you shared the link for your show. Would have loved to join, but just couldn't. I couldn't even be in the chat actually. But nice to see you, my bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Chalobah pockets your favorite striker first, Jokeres now Watkins, and it's important we give Yoro Hato some flowers. But again, once again, before I go to the, I have another panelist on here in Bands. Big up,
Coachy, big ups, Coachy.
you find the time to join the conversation this evening. I do hope you're doing well. So the result overall today, some good results in our favor. Aston Villa would beat them. Brighton couldn't beat Arsenal. Would have loved that, but Arsenal won. A win is a win, they say. West Ham United keeping their hopes of surviving relegation alive by beating Fulham away by 1 goal to nothing. And they could have actually dropped out of the relegation zone had City held on. On two occasions, City went ahead and bottled it on the day. Manchester United lost to 10-man Newcastle United, and what a brilliant finish to that game in particular. But before I come to you, Barnes, I want to let's listen to you or your review of that particular game. Brilliant performance through and through. Drew says, "Who's a lot on Arsenal at the moment? I have a feeling they're making their own rules." I think that's the aspect I agree with them. But if the complaint about how they apply themselves on the pitch, I don't care. A win is a win. We had Mourinho who didn't only plays beautiful football when we play against you could say mid-table and bottom-table teams. But once we play the top teams, it's hard on football. Yeah, there has to be a limit. It has to be set by the Premier League and the referees. To an extent, I agree because Arsenal they get away with a lot, especially when they have a set piece opportunity. Let's see what else we have here. But Bant, let's hear you. But one more time, what was Pep thinking playing no legs, Roger? I don't know. It looks like he's lost his magical touch. Really. How many of your wingers do the defensive work need to do? None. None. Thank you for asking that question, Ty. That's, by the way, is actually a delicious question, a delicious comment, and I like it really. I'm looking for this guy here. I like it, so I need to celebrate that. Maybe with not fireworks. Let's go with confetti. All right, so Tyler got a red card because he was doing a wing back esque. I agree. Esque role and panic versus Martinelli. I wouldn't say he panicked, just mistimed it. Had he gotten that right, we'll be talking about how what a brilliant tackle that was. Slight tackle to be more specific. But Vance, let's hear you. Your opinion, overall observation from the game, the negative, the positives, and why you think we were able to win by 4 goals to 1. You have the floor now. Let's hear you, Vance.
Yeah, big ups to you, Coachy. Big ups to all the viewers and the listeners. So, I'll first of all say that it was a good game. And to even go further with my submission, I would say that the league, as we see right now, is not going to have a winner. Maybe 2 or 3 games down
It's too very tight.
before the end of the league season, and we are also not going to know a relegation team until the final. The way things are going, it looks so bad for certain teams that have been in the league for a very long time. Right now, Tottenham is at risk. West Ham is at risk. Nottingham Forest, even all the mid teams that are very close to the relegation zone, all of them are very at risk right now because after 9 games, that is when we'll be able to know, or the clarity will be very obvious for some of
Mm.
the soccer fans. Because even Wolves right now, they are fighting for their lives. They are winning matches. So let's say they go unbeaten, they can find themselves in the middle of the table. So it looks very tricky right now, and most of the teams out there are really fighting hard. To be honest with you, I knew we were going to win this game, with especially in our recent form how we've been throwing games away, and this was a must winning game for the boys because they've come under a very huge criticism, which I think sometimes some of them are very unfair. And to be honest with you, I wasn't that surprised about the scoreline because if you look at Chelsea against Aston Villa, they've been our biggest side, but when things are not going the right way for Aston Villa, sometimes we can have an easy win. I think there was a cup match 2 years ago against Aston Villa at the same place and were able to, destroy them. So this game wasn't something I was expecting them to give us a hard time. I knew even after they scored the early goal, we were going to win the game. And I have to be honest with you, Kochi, sometimes
Mhm.
some of our fan base, they have to be very careful the way they criticize our boys. When we're down by a goal to one, we'll go down. If you had monitored some of the social media and the way people were insulting these guys, it was so ridiculous. And I feel like if you don't have the heart to support this team, there is no need for you to be here because um, these guys need to be respected, irrespective of how they play the game. They owe nobody anything. We are the fans, they are the players. I don't think some of these guys will be going out there with the aim of bringing our football club down. But when things are going like that, people should exercise restraint. They have to know that they are there to win. And I was so glad that they were able to grab 4 goals within the match. If you look at individual performance, I would say that it wasn't bad at all. In fact, people were criticizing Ganacho, but if you look at his performance, it was really good. There is one thing I want to assure Ganacho, and if he is able to do that, that would be very, very great, and he'll be one of the best players out there. It seems like his finishing is a big problem, and there is room for improvement. He has to work on that. Wherever he feel like he falls short, he need to work on those areas. The guy is very skillful. He's very quick. He can take on defenders. If he's able to work on his finishing, he's going to be a great player. I think that's the area that he lacks so much, and he has to work on that. And Joao Pedro, I have to be honest with you, he's going to be one of our legends. The way things are going and the pace, how and the way he's scoring goals, I believe he's going to be on the same level with some of the greatest strikers we've had over the years. Look at the way he has been scoring goals. He's very intelligent, he's versatile, he's had a very clever, attacker. And these are the kind of performance we are expecting from everybody. Because if you are the lap and you are out there and you also have that capabilities, but you are not expressing yourself on the field of play, that should be troubling to you because look at Joao Pedro right now. He's scoring in the goals and he's doing everything possible for us to win. So I'm also expecting the lap, who is also capable of doing the same thing, to go out there and give him the challenge. He has to be working hand in hand with Joao Pedro, a very friendly, competition among them. And we are going to see a very wonderful Chelsea side. But if you are out there and every time you get the opportunity and you are not making amends, you are not improving, I'm sorry, your position will be at risk. Especially as Jackson is coming back, you are going to go down the pecking order, and that will be a very troublesome situation for him.
I don't think. I mean, it's not guaranteed that Jackson comes back and becomes part and be reintegrated into the team. I think
Kochi,
it's
like,
it's not
um,
gonna. It's not that
yeah,
straightforward, really. But we'll see.
no, I know what I'm saying, and I will just use Chaloba's situation. It got to a time everybody thought Chaloba was out of our football club, but just guess what happened? He came back, they gave him the opportunity, and he's still here. And I don't think the owners or the sporting directors are so dumb to the extent that they will let this guy go. Because I can tell you that he's one of our reliable defenders right now. and I don't see him going anytime soon. So if Jackson should come, new manager and some new players, and he go out there and train, and Rosenia likes him, I think he's going to stay, and it can affect the attacking setup. That means somebody has to go, and if the lap is not performing, he might end up taking
I think there are currently no justifiable reasons to put the lap on sell because yeah, he
no, no,
hasn't
not for
played.
so. He might end up in Strasbourg.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say.
hmm
They are not going to. They know he is very talented player, so they will let him go to Strasbourg for maybe a loan deal or something
or
to
he might
get
end up not
more.
going there.
Say that again, Kochi.
He might end up not going there, but we just don't know what's going to happen
Yeah,
because I
because
think we have good enough. We have a lot of options there. MAR
Emega.
still joins. MAR still joins. It's not that straightforward, but we'll see. Go ahead.
Emega is coming, and if Jackson, well, we as you said, we don't know what is going to happen. But if I was the lap, I would put more, work into my progress and to make sure that my position at the football club is secured, and also with the midfield. Trust me, nobody can tell me that our performance from nowhere has been improved without the effort of Lavia. Lavia has brought a lot into the team, and I wish and I hope this time around Lavia will be here and go like about maybe 20, 30 games without any injury. Because if that guy is fully fit and he's going to be a component of this squad, there is no team that can compare their midfield to Chelsea. Lavia, I was watching him because he just came back from injury, and I was looking at how he's helping the team to get like more, wins and other things. If you look at his input in a game, he's so wonderful. Like this guy brings a lot into the team. And also, I'll talk about Enzo Fernandez. A lot of people always criticize this guy, and I keep telling them that anybody who has who has a spot in the Argentine national team is not a bad player. So anytime he's playing and he's not getting his feet well, you people should just relax because he is a great player. Look at the input, look at the passes, look at all the assists this guy is giving. And this is when I will encourage Chelsea supporters to look at anytime they want to criticize Enzo. You have to look at what he can do on a very good day because this guy, he brings a lot into the game, and I think he's so underrated that people don't really appreciate the work he's doing. He's doing a good job, and people should appreciate him. And also Cole Palmer, I think there is something wrong with him because his performance has not been that great this season. He
Well,
came
Cole
back
had a
from
good game
injury.
today.
Yeah, he came back from injury, and he's trying to, I don't know if he's trying to be very cautious because of the World Cup season, not to further get like a serious injury, or I don't know, but people should exercise patience for the guy, especially those who criticize him. They have to make sure that they treat him in a way that whatever he has done for us over the past, years, he will feel like people are appreciating his work because it feels like people just go out there, they will say things about him, and some of these folks, even if you ask them anything about the game, they will struggle to explain themselves, and they go ahead and say so many bad things to our players, and I feel like it's really bad. With Hato, I told you something. This is the time for him to give Kukureya the best challenge he could, so that they will be competing for that left back, because when he came in, there was some clearance he made against someone. I just want to, is it Morgan or somebody? He nearly scored, and the guy went in for that tackle. That was like your man's job he did right there, and I feel like he's up for the task. He should continue to fight hard. Since Kukureya is back, I don't know how often he's going to play, but he has to prove to
Oh
Rosinia
yeah,
that
they have to rotate. They have to rotate. I
yeah,
think
he has.
we have plenty of stuff to talk about today. I don't think Jorgensen taking the place of Robert Sanchez was just down to the fact that the manager wants to rotate. I think he's probably more equipped to help Rosinia implement his preferred approach to football. But I'm just going to leave it at that at the moment because it's too early to say. But I suspect that the case is that yeah, Jorgensen is just better on the ball. We've always known that's the case, although he's had some performances that reflect the fact that yeah, he's struggling with confidence. But I'll let you drop so that we can bring
Yeah,
Dante in,
sure.
hear his
So
opinion on the game, and then go look at what we can learn from the numbers. Go ahead.
yeah. So I was about to end. As for the Jorgensen situation, I think he also did whatever he has to do, and there is a situation I feel like both Jorgensen and Sanchez sometimes they struggle playing from the back. There was an instances where he nearly lost the ball in the 18 box, and I think he quickly cleared it. So if there is a way, if the coach tells you have to play from the back, that doesn't mean it should be all instances. There are instances you have to use your own, should I say, jurisdiction and just clear the ball. So if they find themselves in a very difficult situation, it's not a matter of them trying to play from the back. They can sometimes clear the area so that they will feel relaxed. So I think that is my observation in today's game, Coachy.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, bro. I appreciate you. And we have on the panel with us the captain of the community in Constantine Australia. How do I say it? Was it Australia? I forgot how I said it yesterday. I improvised and I liked it, but I can't quite remember how I said it. But Dante, welcome to the panel. I hope you didn't miss the game. But your thoughts, your overall observation, how did we pull off that one? I didn't know it was going to be as easy as it turned out to be, but still, it was down to how we applied ourselves, the manager's tactics and everything. It was, you could say, it was a smashing, and on their own carpet too, to be more specific. But let's say you, Dante.
Yeah, big up, coach.
And while you
Bam.
speak, I'm gonna try and fix my camera. I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, your camera's flickering
Yeah.
anyway. Yep. Yeah, I didn't get to watch the game, but I just finished now watching like long extended highlights. So I will watch the full game again after. So might not be able to comment on a couple of things, but I mean, I still got the overall idea of, how we played, what we did. So yeah, very happy. Played very well, obviously. I was quite confident going into the game, especially at night on that pitch. We do extremely well usually. So yeah, I knew the boys would turn it up, and it's exactly what they did. I wasn't too worried when the first goal went in. I'm like, if they score that early, well, that's only a good sign for us because that will put us on the front foot, and we really will go after them. That's exactly what we did. So I was very happy with that. Great performance from most of the boys. So couldn't ask for a better result, to be honest. Oh, it looks like coach is off. Yep. Bam, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So it's coach. Okay. So I thought it was me, but yeah, looks like he's offline.
No, coach is off, so you can continue with your submission.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about Jorgensen. Yeah, look, the Jorgensen thing, I did talk about this when Rosenior came in. When Rosenior came in, he talked quite highly about him, and especially at training, what he did and how he improved, how he really loved what he did at training. And remember, he came in and he put him in, he started him, then he got injured. And then the interview after the game, he was saying, that's his type of keeper. He loves what he does. Hopefully he'll come back stronger, but we still have Sanchez, which is great. So I think there might be a little thing that he might prefer Jorgensen over Sanchez a little bit, just because the way he plays. Doesn't mean in all the games, but in some games like today, I think he loves what Jorgensen does on the ball. He's so good. He's so calm, composed, left foot, right foot, no problem ball playing at the back. And he started a lot of those attacks that we had today because of him as well. So I think he's good. Looking forward, he could be quite important for Rosenior. I wouldn't be surprised, like Coach said, might be a little bit of a rivalry there. He might get the nod over Sanchez. You never know. So We always knew Jorgensen had that in him. It's if he can do it consistently, because he never really got a consistent go
His,
at it.
his
So
biggest issue since joining Chelsea has always been confidence, not his ability on the ball or his goalkeeping ability overall. But go ahead.
yeah, confidence never really got it like a go at it properly. So and that's fine because Sanchez stepped up, so that's fine. That's completely fine. You couldn't take Sanchez was playing amazing and he still was even this season. So no problems there. But yeah, just I think with the ball playing, you saw the difference that can make when you start and build up from the back like that against teams like Aston Villa. They like to play a bit more open. Well, then he becomes a bit of a weapon. Where Sanchez cannot quite do that at that level with his feet.
Just
So
when you think, okay, I mean, he's figured it out, he's doing well now, and then you see him do some stuff that, yeah, clearly shows that you can say he's not that confident on the ball. But go ahead.
yeah, look, he's comfortable on the ball if there's not much pressure on him. No problem. He's very good at that. But once people apply pressure, an opposition press, and they apply pressure, well, then that's when there's problems, and it doesn't help in your build up from the back. So Jorgensen changes that completely, that dynamic. It helps your play back from the back massively, like we saw today. He becomes a bit of a weapon when that happens. So yeah, we'll see going forward. We'll see what happens, but I'm sure he'll still use both of them.
Did we lose some coach again?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll keep going. Other
Yeah, keep
players,
going.
yeah, Enzo Fernandez, like I had Bem saying, I caught him a little bit when I joined. Yeah, Enzo Fernandez had a great game. That's what he can do for you. All those progressive passes, those pass to assists. I mean, open up the game, open up space when you've got space like that with your attacking players. Yeah, amazing game from him again. That's his quality. That's a world class player right there for me. So that's what he can do. He builds up that play and
Yeah.
puts the right balls forward. And a couple of those goals were because of him. So very good from Enzo Fernandez. Garnacho had a lot of pressure on him. People saying, "Why is he starting?" Blah blah blah. Get him out of this club. Well, that just showed you today that the quality is there. He can do it. He did
He
do it
just needs
today.
to show him you can trust me, that you can trust him, and I think he has it in him. I mean, I think
Awesome.
I've said this before. Do I think we can do better than Ganache? I'd say yes, but at
Yeah,
the
of course.
moment, we just need to support him. And the kid is just still 21. He
Well,
can
that's the
do
thing. There's not
wonders
too
for
many
us if
players.
we support him and not let the fans of all the clubs or big social media accounts that are aligned with Manchester United dictate to us how we should support our own players. Because Garnacho isn't a bad player. Whether you think he's good enough for Chelsea or not, that's a debate for another day. But go ahead, Dante. I'll let you drop before we start looking at the numbers of each
Mhm.
of the players that we believe did very well today.
Yeah, so Garnacho, yeah, very good. And I liked more what Rosenior said about him. He was very impressed with him training the last few weeks. He hasn't played, but his training was better than ever. And he was really, really impressed with his attitude. Never complained, trained very hard, was a true professional. Now that tells you a lot about his character. And as a 21-year-old,
Yeah, go
that's
ahead. I'm
very
gonna
good
still
to
try
hear.
fixing the camera. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's very good to hear. So that should dispel a lot of that nonsense where people are saying, he's upset, he's not playing, and blah blah, he's causing a fuss. No, no, he's put his head down, he's working hard, he got his chance, and he proved it today that he can do it. Yeah, so very happy for him. Um, Joao Pedro, of course, yeah, amazing, yeah, great game. You know, uh, Perfect all round striker. So yeah, not much to say. First hat trick in the Premier League for him as well. So congratulations. He had an amazing game. Great finishes, left foot, right foot, no problems. Yeah, becoming very important, and always knew he has it in him. So I was very confident he'll do very well in this team. So very happy for him as well.
Did we lose Kochi again?
Looks like it. Every time he wants me to finish, he goes off.
So, Dante, let me ask you: if you look at the midfield situation right now, it
Hmm.
seems like we're going to have a big problem. Not because we have bad players, but it's because there will be more players coming in. And also, we have some players on the injury list. We have Esugo, we have Santos, we have Enzo Fernandez. Sometimes with James also coming to assist. Do you think we'll be able to keep all these players whilst they form a very strong midfield, team, or some of these players might end up leaving the football club? Because let's also not forget that Kinda will be joining very soon. What is your take on that? Because it seems we're going to have a lot of problem if all these guys are fit and they are willing to play.
No, I don't think it's a problem because we've got, don't forget, a lot of games, and even this season, sometimes we've been stretched a little bit thin when Caicedo is out, etc. So we need that depth. Esugo is a tip, he's got one role really. So he'll be there to, as a team player, squad player. He's still very young as well, so you need those players. You can't bring, obviously, if they were all, Caicedos, then there's a big problem, but they're not. So I think we're okay there. Reece James can step in there like he did today against certain matchups. We talked about that in the pregame yesterday. That might be he might have a chance in this game starting in that central midfield role just because of how Villa set up and how Santos has been playing, and we really need to go for the win as well. So we saw that today there as well. But I don't think there's a problem. No, Lavia coming back. Uh, they're all quite different profiles, which is good, and that's what you need. They're not all the same profile. So Lavia Caicedo is not the same. Enzo Fernandez obviously is not the same. Isugo is not
Yeah,
quite the
sorry
same
guys, I'm
either.
just gonna leave my camera off until I figure out what's going on. But go ahead, what you were saying, Dante.
Yeah, turn it off, coach. Better. Um, yeah, they're not quite the same profile. So I think we need that, especially because we play with two midfielders in there, two defensive midfielders in your senior system, not one like we did a bit more before. So we need two there. So having two there, you need another two in reserve, even three in reserve, because that's a position where you get injury, can get injuries, but also suspensions and etc. So yeah, look, I think we're fine. I think the depth is perfect there. It's quite spread out and quite different profiles.
Yeah, I agree. Bans, thank you to you and Dante for continuing while I tried to fix my camera. Dante, I'm quite sure you've seen the results for the Premier League games that were played today. Good result for us. We beat, you could say, a direct rival who are also contending to finish in the top five. And Manchester United lost at a 10-man Newcastle United. I think that's the only game, the Arsenal game, I'd say, yeah, of interest to us because we don't want them to win the Premier League, but it's been a day for us.
Good day, very good day with the results. Yeah, Arsenal again, extremely likely, extremely biased refereeing. Again, they
Was
got
there
away
bad
with it.
officiating today? I didn't watch that particular game.
There was a penalty, like on the Joao Pedro one, a player bringing someone down, no penalty, exactly the same thing. So they got away with it. They didn't play proper football. They got away with it. I watched the extended highlights as well. They really got Brighton are very, very unlucky not to get that point, if not a win from that game. So again, they get away with it with dodgy refereeing and etc. Man City drawing, that doesn't help. But again, Man City getting punished by the referees. Another penalty clearly that he wasn't given for Man City. So it looks like the officials, the FA, everyone looks like they want Arsenal to win it really badly. They don't want Man City to win it, and they want Arsenal to win it. So it's a shame, but I'm hoping still that luck will run out, but it's still going. Arsenal's luck is still going. It's not running out. They're somehow getting away with it.
Yeah. Bans, with regards to the results today, you want to add anything or you're good? Oh, it looks like Bans actually sent me a message. Okay, he'll be right back. He's taking a break. So good result. Newcastle, what a fight. My goodness, I watched the end part of that game. They were on fire. It was United were playing as if they were the ones that were playing with the man down. Newcastle wanted it more. Even with the man down, they would push hard, were exploiting spaces effectively. They weren't just waiting. They weren't just defending deep and waiting to win the ball and then hit Manchester United on a break. They got a deserved win in that game. So Dante, let's talk about the performance of our players. I don't know if you've had the time to look at individual performances, Hatter for me, we wanted him to start when we did the predicted lineup exercise. We talked about how it makes sense for him to start and good for his confidence. Yeah, because he could have scored a beautiful goal today. The one that he dribbled past two, three Aston Villa defenders, but the shot was lame. He has it in him because he's more technically gifted than Kukurea. But I'm happy that he's performing, and I'm happy we have them both. And the luxury of selecting from one of the two players whenever we need. But nonetheless, yeah, you're had to. Anything you want to say about him? I want to look at his numbers because yeah, I think he had an excellent game, and the manager could have gone for Kukurea, but I don't know whether Kukurea was fully fit. But whether he was or not, I think Yoro Hato, he's made a very, very good case for himself. But I'll look at his numbers before I'll let you speak about him. And when Barnes comes back, he should let us know. But he finished the game with a rating of 7.4. Not bad. Let me see. Ooh, I didn't know that. They've added heat map. I didn't know FOTMOB has added heat map, Dante. I'm struggling
Yeah,
to add
that
it to
helped.
our own web application. But Hato played how many minutes? He's still 19, actually. This kid is good. Um, he has 74 touches. Um, okay. He played 19 minutes, goals none, assists. He could have scored a beautiful solo goal, but it was just, you could say, the shot wasn't close. It was way wide, in my opinion. Expected goals for Euro Hato is 0.06. Expected goals on target for Euro Hato is 0.00. Okay, XG and XA in total 0.06. Accurate passes 55 out of 58. That's excellent. 95%, not easy, really. He deserves some credit. And chances created, none, shots on target, none, shots off target, one, which was that one that he dribbled past three Aston Villa players, but the shot wasn't good enough. Shots off target, one, that's him. Shot accuracy, 0 out of 1 attempt, 0%. Okay, where it matters. Let's look at his numbers in the area that matters here because he's a defender. Defensive contributions, 4 in total. Attack also touches 74 touches in opposition box, 1 successful dribbles, 2 out of 2, 100%. Passes into the opposition third, into the final third, 4. Accurate long balls, 0 out of 2 attempts, 0%. That's what he was dispossessed 0 times. Non-penalty XG 0.06. Defensive actions where it really matters, but he was brilliant. Let's see. Defensive contributions 4, tackles 4, blocks 0, clearances 0, headed clearances 1, interceptions none, recoveries 2, dribbled past 1 time. He didn't operate mainly as a defender. I haven't rewatched the game, but I don't think he operated mainly as a defender. He was drifting inwards and actually stayed mainly because yeah, in when we have the ball, we see 3 at the back. Aerial duels 1 out of 2, that's 50%, not bad. Ground duels 1, 4 out of 6, 67%, not bad. He committed 1 foul. So a good game overall. He was solid. And 2 games in a row that he's played, he showed good performance. But nonetheless, we've always told people that he's a good player, just needed to be patient. And we didn't write him off even after that horrible outing against Karabakh in the Champions League away, which again, if you knew him before he joined Chelsea, you'd know that we just need to be patient with him. But nonetheless, hear you.
Yeah, look, it's taking a little bit longer because he had to build on a couple of things, and I think it said that in the I saw that in an interview. He actually talked about some stuff, and he said, yeah, he had to work on some things and really keep at them just to build up to a level he needs to be at to be able to actually play, all the time and really get there. So yeah,
Mhm.
people forget that he's 19. That's the thing. People forget he's so young. People think he's already 100% ready-made player from Ajax because he did so well there and he was captain there. So uh, it's still not the case because at 19 you're not ready quite complete. You're not a complete player. So
A lot
he's
of
still
development.
growing, developing. Yeah, but there's a lot there to like. Of course, he's got everything you want. So Yeah, very good player. Like I said, I didn't watch the full game, so I haven't seen that much of the defensive stuff because I only saw the extended highlights. So I'm not quite sure how he played in the rest of the game. I only saw the chance you saw that he missed, but other than that, yeah, look, it looks like he had a very solid game, and he can do very well in this position because, like I said, Rosenior, when he builds up, he can play a little bit differently. He can play a bit more free, and he's got the pace that you need for that position to recover and to go forward. He's got a plenty of pace. He's one of the quickest defenders, I think. So yeah, look, only good signs from him, and I think he'll only continue to get better next season, especially the season after. Yeah, don't be. He'll probably. I can see him taking over that Cucurella role once Cucurella finishes up. He'll be that next guy in line, 100%.
Yeah, he has it in him. He's excellent on the ball, and this is not. I mean, this comparison, as much as I think isn't necessary, I think it's important that we talk about it. What do you make of my conclusion on how he compares to Cucurella? I think he's more technically gifted than Cucurella. Cucurella is just more experienced, in my opinion. But you get what I mean, right?
Yeah. Different, a little bit of a different skill set, and yeah, different size, obviously as well. Different, the way they apply themselves is different as well, but I think you can't get a better left back to learn from, like he's learning from Cucurella, because that's a side of a lot of the thing that Cucurella has. He doesn't, and I can see slowly implementing those and trying to getting
Yeah,
better.
he
So
does have a lot. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, so that's I think what's happening, and that's why he's getting better as well. And I think that's what he was talking about. I think the coaches probably wanted him to do a lot what Cucurella does, and he couldn't quite do that. And but he's slowly been working on it, and he's getting there, and he's getting the opportunity because of it.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Once again, I think it's important that I apologize to the viewers that my camera is off. Uh, we have an issue with it. Look at it. It's still blinking. It's not stable for some reason. I thought I had it fixed, but I'm not sure. And I can't switch to the other camera right now because, yeah, the smaller camera, it isn't set up. The bigger one, yeah, I'd say it'd be accurate to say it was stolen when we were moving to Texas. But that's, by the way, anything else? Yeah, that's Mod Manor responding to who? Marlon used what did Marlon say that Modman is responding to? So Marlon here, Marlon, nice to see you. Marlon sent Jews or Jews. I'm not sure which will be the most accurate way to pronounce your name, but apologies if I butchered your name. He says Hato is rapid. I don't know if you guys have seen his pace. He has pace too, yeah. He's quick. I think since Rosina became our manager, there's been two occasions you could argue, had it not been for how quick he is, his recovery pace and everything, we'd have two more goals added to the ones that we considered already. Yeah, he's quick, really, really quick. But you wouldn't know if given the way he applies himself on the pitch. Marlon, hold on, Hato got pace. I will give him that. But let's not act like he's the second coming of Usain Bolt. Yeah, he's got to show more than just a speed farm. I think he's done well. Even I disagree with Mod Mana trying to prove that he can speak like a human being, but just an AI still. Dante, did you hear what I just read? Baz, let me know when you're back and you're ready to speak. I'll bring you on. I said got pace because I was watching Ajax. He has serious recovery pace, and I give him credit for that. But overall, I like him because yeah, he is a very very intelligent player, really. But Marlon, thank you. Is it juice or use? Let me know if the latter is the correct pronunciation. Please let me know if it is first. Let me know. I don't like butchering people's name. Dante, I don't know if you've heard anything. Fofana was good until he was taken off. He did well today, but he had to be taken off. Who knows what happened to him because he was injured. I don't know. I haven't heard anything with regards to the severity of the injury. Did you?
I don't know. No, like I said, didn't watch the full game, so I didn't see that. I saw he got subbed, but I didn't know why he got subbed. So
And he was. I think he was asked. He asked to be subbed out.
Okay, so he must have felt something. Yeah, so he must have felt something. So, or he didn't feel well, or it could be a lot of things. But we'll wait and see. That's something we have to wait to get an update on.
Just when you think he's back and back for good, really. But he
Yeah, look,
listen.
it's very important for
Go ahead.
him because I don't. Yeah, I think if he doesn't stay fit and that, I think he could be one of the ones gone in the summer. To be honest,
But I still don't think we'll be in a hurry to sell him.
depends what we can get for him. I think if we
Yeah,
can get,
exactly. Which was why I said I know the spelling, the pronunciation is what I'm asking. Is it the first one, Jews, or the second one, use? That's the question I'm asking. So let me know if it is second or the first one, bro. Um, yeah. So, but let's look at his numbers, Dante. His heat map. No, he ran a lot. So he played 79 minutes, and he request that again he'd be taken off, and that happened. Expected goals 0.23. Okay, XG 17. Accurate passes 50 out of 52, 96% pass accuracy, not bad. Shots off target one. Blocked shots one. He blocks shots a lot. He that's one of the things he does better than some of his teammates, right?
yeah, he's very good. He's a good defender when his head's in the right place. He's switched on. He's very good. So, he does everything that you want. Plus, with the ball playing stuff. So he just needs to keep consistency and keep fit because once he gets usually a run of games, he really starts playing really well. And that's what happened last time as well when he was in with Shalaba. They went 5-6 games unbeaten, uh, you know, cl- clean sheets and the highest rated centre back during the league. Then he got again a niggle again, and again he kind of reset and had to start again. So this is it for him. This is the key, and it's very important for him to just keep going. Hopefully, this is not another setback today.
I hope so. Sorry, I'm not through with his numbers, but he was good, and he and Chalaba, I must say, both have been our best pairing in the centre back position since the start of the season. Really,
They have, yeah, and that's why we need to improve there in that position.
yeah.
Uh, they're very good, but they lack a couple of things. Each of them, especially Shalaba, lacks a few things that are very important. So, and Colwell will come straight back in when he does come back. He will be coming
If he
back in that
comes back the
position.
same,
Yeah, if he comes back the same. But anyway, he'll still get back in because it's in his contract. Coach, he has to play. Don't forget.
but here's what I think is gonna. You know why I'm laughing, right? I was seriously waiting for you to mention that it's part of his contract that he gets to play, or else.
You'll see. He'll be back straight back in day one. You'll see.
I honestly don't believe that, but again, you're entitled to your opinion. I know that's you. You always say that. I'd ask you your ID if you don't.
Have I been wrong yet?
But let's start with Jorgensen. Really, let's go
Coach, have
back.
I been wrong on that one yet? Have I been disproven on that yet?
All right.
That's a no. I'll take that as a
Before we
no.
continue, I have my bro Kenyan revolutionary in the chat, and I'm gonna say hello to him and read his comment. But I appreciate you finding the time to join the conversation, bro. I know it's very late to a lot of our West African brothers who like to join us. West, East Africa, all of our African brothers actually. He said, Liam, listen to me, listen to him. I'm happy at least he listened. He does listen. So it's a good thing that he listens to you. Play a winger on the left, shift Palmer on the right hand, space and feed Joao Pedro inside the box, and boom, there is the result. Lavia should have been on earlier. We don't know how fit it is. I think I'm not complaining. We won. But I'm just going to say it's a good thing that the manager listened to you. And I'm going to leave it at that. Let me start. Since you've been speaking and Banks had to take a break, let me bring him on. Banks, let's hear you. Jorgensen, a ray of hope in terms of the way we know our manager likes to play. He's excellent on the ball, hardly ever panics. His distribution is good. There was one that he threw with his hand to Cole Palmer. Had he been a quicker player, I think by the time Aston Villa would know what was happening, would be facing their goalkeeper. But Cole Palmer isn't that quick. and there weren't too many a lot of spaces for him to. The players were close by; they went too far away from him. But let's hear you, Bans, your opinion on Philip Jorgensen, but let's look at his numbers. He's one goalkeeper that at least I would say specifically I and Dante we've always preached. He's actually has what it takes to oust what's his name, Robert Sanchez. He played 90 minutes, made three saves, conceded one goal, which I wouldn't say was his fault. Um, XG face 0.54, goals prevented minus 0.46. How do I interpret that? Accurate passes 39 out of 45, 87%, not bad. Accurate long balls 2 out of 8, that's poor. But Sanchez, I think, is better at at orchestrating long balls. I must say that aspect. Dive and save 1, saves inside the box 3, acts as a sweeper 1 time, punches 1, throws 7 in total. That's a high. You don't get a lot of throws from Sanchez. I think
Yeah,
he just one second. High claims 3. That's unlike him. That's an improvement, Dante, right?
That's one of the area he needed to work on, and he
Yeah.
definitely
So,
has.
but 3, it's a high for him. Recoveries 9, clearances 1, touches 60 in total. I don't want fantasy points. I think that's it. So he had an excellent game in my opinion. But let's hear you, Bans. Philip Jorgensen, I think he was good, and I want him to stay.
yeah, of course. He's definitely going to stay, and his numbers look good. But as to whether he will be the number one for the team is another question that could be answered by the coaches. Because if you look at both goalies, I believe Sanchez is the one that we all know that he's the number one. And Sanchez, from some time now, he has been very consistent with his performance. If you tell me 2 years ago how was Sanchez as compared to Jorgensen, I would say yeah, Jorgensen has a lot of opportunity to overtake him for the first part. But as time went on, Sanchez has been very good. He has come, he has done so many things, and he looks good right now. So for Jorgensen to take the first spot, he has to work so hard, and the opportunities that will be given to him, he really have to utilize it. I don't know how often he's going to play because if the more he plays, the more he'll be exposed.
I think the
The-
signs are good for him.
yeah,
There
it's
was
good,
one
but
game he started the Premier League game also, which you could say the manager started him because he wanted to. I think we lost Bans. I think the signs are good for him because it looks like Rosenior. Rosenior is actually willing to rotate. But go ahead, Bans.
yeah, he if he's getting enough time played, then I think he will be able to get the number one spot. But as it stands right now, looking at him and Sanchez, to be fair to Sanchez, I think Sanchez is slightly ahead of him, all because maybe Sanchez play day in and day out. He's playing weekly, and he is not getting the opportunity to play more matches. But the more he gets exposed, the more the coach can decide on who should be the number one. But as it stands right now, I honestly think that Sanchez is right ahead of Jorgensen. The only problem Sanchez sometimes faces is how he plays from the back with his team. He doesn't do a lot on that. But if he is going to improve, then I think he will remain the number one. But as I told you, if you look at the two goalies, I strongly believe that, or most Chelsea fans believe that Sanchez is really ahead of Jorgensen. He normally come into games and he doesn't concede a lot of goals, but you can also argue about the kind of matches he normally play. And I feel like he's doing good, and who knows, he might ask one day to leave the club if he's not getting enough, playing time, or maybe he will still remain here and get the number one spot.
I mean, he's capable, and I think if you remember last season under Enzo Maresca, he was our goalkeeper for the Conference League, and he didn't do bad in the excuse me in the games he played for us in the Conference League. He only had issues whenever he got to play in the Premier League, and the reason that he had to play in the Premier League games at the time, if it happened to be that he has to come in to replace what's his name, Robert Sanchez, because Sanchez wasn't fully fit, he usually struggles to prove that he can actually start over Robert Sanchez. So for me, clearly, he's always been good, but has had confidence issues. In the Conference League, he was near immaculate. I would more trusted how he showed that he trusted Robert Sanchez more. I thought we were going to see Robert Sanchez between the sticks against Real Betis in the final, but it was him, and he was brilliant. And I think it'd be accurate to say if it wasn't for his brilliance between the sticks on the day, we could have considered 3 goals before the first half ended in the final of that Conference League. So he has what it takes. But he needs to show confidence, and today he was brilliant. He showed confidence. The distribution, except for the long balls, but the ones he threw, he did well. But let's see. Kenyan Revolutionary says, I think Pendas will come in this summer, and Sanchez will be sold in that some period, possibly. And that new Strasbourg kid called Yassin from Morocco, very very Hazard-esque, will replace Pedro. Do you mean Pedro Neto? I don't think Pedro Neto is going anywhere. Pedro Neto only leaves Chelsea, but that's my opinion, and you're entitled to yours, so I respect your opinion. Pedro Neto only gets to leave Chelsea only if he wants to. But right now, he's made it public that he's happy. And he's one of our most experienced players, and I can assure you we're not looking to sell some of our most experienced players. But Dante, let's hear you. Philip Jorgensen, what a performance today, and how there was one that I thought he was going to make a mistake, but he wasn't moved. I think he was Watkins that was closing in on him, but he didn't look moved at all and didn't misplace the pass. But let's hear you.
Yeah. I've talked about it a lot about him, but yeah, he's had great game again. And let's not forget, I think last season when one of the games he had to come in for Sanchez was Villa away. Was it Villa away? I can't remember. No, I
I
think
think
it was
one of
away.
the games in the Premier League.
Yes, and remember he conceded that goal when we lost to Villa 2-1. He conceded that goal where the guy headed down and he went under him. He kind of fumbled it and went under him, and it was a big error. That was his only sort of one big error that he did, and that was against Villa as well. So he came back in this against Villa as well, and he really made up for that. So yeah, look, he's got a bright future. If he stays, we'll have to wait and see who starts, what happens, but it's only a good problem for Rosenior to have, because if you've got another goalkeeper and they're pushing each other now, that really helps, and it gives you that option as well when you play against low block teams or stuff. Sanchez can play no problem, because they're not going to high press you, and he's still good enough to play with his ball with his feet when he's not high pressed. When you play against teams that high press you, well, Jorgensen can come in because helps your attack, helps your ball build up, your build up, and obviously he's not going to make those mistakes at the back and put you under pressure and lose possession much.
Yeah, I agree with you. We will come to look at Chaloba's numbers also, but I want us to look at the sort of fluidity we get on the right hand side whenever Reece James starts in the midfield. I think he was which of the goals was it the second goal that Reece was the one that put the ball on the carpet across, then a rebound from the goalkeeper. Then yeah, okay. If you look at that movement, sometimes Gusto usually don't bother overlapping. He concentrates on helping the defense. While Reece James actually literally drifts to the right hand side and Palmer drifts inwards, and Reece James will be the one putting the ball into the box. I think we're seeing something special there. But overall, I think the language is the fluidity we see on the right hand side whenever Reece James starts in the midfield. I think it's something special. I want to see him more in the midfield area. We've always valued that on that Enzo Maresca, but it's a good thing that Liam Rosenior is doing that too. But Dante, let's get your thought on that. That right hand side usually beautiful to watch whenever James is in the middle.
Yeah, and I've been asking for this. I don't want to see James as a just a mid, staying in the mid and only in the mid and not going out wide. This is exactly what I've been asking for. I'm like, play him like that, a bit more offensive. Let him go overlap on that. Push him as the one forward, not Gusto the one forward. So make him that guy that that attacks and goes out wide, because he's very good at that. That was his game before. So I think it's perfect. I think that's a perfect recipe. If you can continue that, I would continue
Ooh,
that
can you see
definitely.
his heat map?
Yeah, 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 exactly. Yeah.
Dang
So
it! But go ahead.
you can see there. So if you look probably his hit maps before, when he under Maresca as a midfielder, it would all be before the the front line. It'll all be in that defensive
Concentrated in the
area.
center area or final
Yeah,
third.
you didn't see him move from there too much. Very rarely he moved from there. Looks like his Rossini's asked him to when he has played there. He hasn't played quite that much there now because he played more right back. But when he's been asked, when he did, Rossini is asking him to then push forward and be that guy, and then Gusto not be that guy. He's the one that fills in that area and stays back. So that's how it probably should be. Now you can interchange that every now and then. We saw Gusto go a couple of times forward, from what I saw from the highlights, and he got the assist as well. So, but I want to see that more from James. You got to use he's a weapon when he does that. You got to use that weapon, because otherwise I think we wasted James a little bit on occasions when he was just sitting as a midfielder, not really getting involved in the attacking phase. Now, I'm not sure why that was. Instructions, most likely, but I think Racing has definitely let him do that a little bit more. Obviously, fitness helps because he's 100% fully fit as well. So he obviously can do that a lot more now. So, yeah, but I definitely want to see that a lot more. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see that a lot more. He had fun actually doing it. I'm gonna get these. Then we'll look at his numbers and I'll bring in Barnes. Let's hear his opinion on that right hand side. How enjoyable it was to watch today. Hato, the fluidity on that side. Hato has started showing his quality. Reminds me of Babayaro, Nigerian legend who played for Chelsea, Celestin Babayaro. There's a backstory there, his last name, but I don't want to go into that. His brother also, Emmanuel Babayo, who was a goalkeeper, they changed their last name. I don't want to talk about that. But here, Reece James played 90 minutes, expected goals 0.04. I mean, but he was constant. He was mainly concerned about creating, given how deep he played, and expected assists 0.02. Okay, and accurate passes 55 out of 60, 92% pass accuracy. He was excellent on the day. His experience also helped us control the game. There was never a time during the game that he was too much in a hurry to go forward. He always knew when to go back and when to slow it down a bit, take his time to find the right person to pass the ball to. Defensive contributions, 4 in total, 83 touches in total, touches in opposition box, 3 successful dribbles, 2 out of 2. Passes into the final third, 7 in total. Accurate crosses, 1 out of it. I think he took corner kicks and all that. Accurate long balls, 2 out of 3. Corners, 8 in total. No wonder. We knew. When we saw that number, we knew it was going to be that. Defensive contributions, 4 in total. Tackles, 1. He had a good game. Every dues 1 out of 1. Grand dues 1, 3 out of Grand dues 1. 100%. An excellent game on the day. Bands, your thoughts, Reece James and the fluidity on the right hand side, it was just beautiful. I know Paul Merson was busy talking about how Cole Palmer would be better off deployed in the middle. That's absolute nonsense. The same Cole Palmer that some Chelsea fans were complaining last season that, yeah, he'd be better off deployed on the right hand side. I think the point is what people don't realize is all he needs is just freedom.
Yeah, Kochi, if you
Yeah.
look at James, it's becoming a trend. And if you like you look at his performance anytime he joined the midfield, we seems to control the game, and he has that defensive mind, and he's also very good when he's attacking. The game against PSG was a typical example, and whenever he's there, he seems to free Enzo Fernandez to also edge forward, and he seems to feel very comfortable because all the games he has get involved in the middle, we seems to win. convincingly. So I believe it's a role the coach can look into, and sometimes he can bring him out there to assist Casiado and the rest of the boys. I quite remember when he was in Wigan. There was a season he was taking the midfield role, and that was even the reason why he was called back to Chelsea. So it's something that is never new to him. He can play that role very effectively. So if he's good, why not? I believe we can use him around that area. Then Enzo Fernandez, as we all know, is a very attacking, minded person. He will get the opportunity to move forward. Any game we don't bring James to the middle, sometimes it seems our midfield can, collapse, and that has been so
We
many.
had we had specialized midfielders against Arsenal when we still had Maresca as our manager, and he emerged as the best player on the day, and even
Yeah,
played better in the midfield, even
yes,
better than the specialized midfielders we had on the field on
yes,
that day.
yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so as I was saying, if he can get a role in the middle, I believe he will really do good. And the reason why I'm saying that is any game you have with James and Gusto playing at the same time, which seems to be very sharp with the attacking, force, because Gusto is somebody who can also overlap, and he brings a lot of attacking, mindset into the game. So if you have James assisting, he can control the game for you, and he would dictate the pace and everything. As a typical example of the Arsenal game, he was the man of the match for our side, or even for the whole game. I stand to be corrected. He was so good on the day. So getting a role in the midfield is a good thing, and I believe that he can work effectively with the rest of the midfield players.
Yeah, I agree. I think he brings experience too. I'd say he was the reason why we were able to control the game like we did. Not before I come to you, I want to read this comment here by Kenya Revolutionary. I wanted to ask you whether, before I forget the question, I wanted to ask you whether what we saw today was a preview of what we're going to see against PSG. I'd say it looks like it, but let me read this first. Kenyan Revolutionary says, I don't want to see James in the midfield only when we have injuries. I agree with the speaker. James should overlap on the flanks with Palmer in that half space. Get Lavia in the midfield. Lavia will eventually, again, we've heard from the manager, they're making sure that he's fully fit. They don't want to risk a situation where we start playing him and risk him suffering another injury and being out for 1,000 years. They want to take it gradually with him, just like we did with Reece James. Fofana, you could argue, and that is if he if he's not injured, if he hasn't sustained if he didn't sustain a serious injury, given the fact that he requested that he'd be taken up. But that let's hear you. Would you say that what we saw today was a preview of what we'd see against PSG on the 11th? I think.
Yeah, it could well very be. It's worked against them, so and you're gonna need Gusto in that game against PSG because to handle the left left wing back
Mhm.
Mendes. So yeah, you got. I think it'll be that exactly. Yes, and I think Rosenior's probably looked at that, seen it, sees how they play, and Aston Villa set up similarly and play very similarly to that as well. So that's why I think he went for
With a
that
lot
as
of
well.
spaces in behind, right?
Correct. Yes, and that's what Villa does
And
as well. So
PSG,
yeah,
they
look.
don't know how to play differently.
Yeah, exactly. So uh, it does a defensive job, but also an offensive job as well in that instance. So I think you'll definitely see him. There's a very 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 high chance, unless something changes, that he will be like that for the PSG game.
Baz, how about you? What do you think? Do you think that was a preview of maybe the 11? I'd say. I think it'd be. I don't know. Maybe not. But at least a preview of the structure and application that we'll see against PSG.
Most likely, but I think there will be a slight change since Kukureya is back. I strongly believe he might start ahead of Hato, because Hato is yet to play with PSG, and we don't know how he's going to perform against such intensity, game. But Kukureya has been there already. He knows the PSG team, so he might start ahead of Hato. And also, I'm expecting Chaloba and hmm, I'm expecting Chaloba and Sa to start in the center of the field because the center back will be Chaloba and Sa. Sa because he just moved from France to the Premier League and he knows the PSG team a little bit. And I
He
think
might, but I think experience trumps that.
trust me, they will. Rosinia would like to start Sa in that game with Chaloba. I also expect Gusto to play, and Rhys James will definitely have the midfield role on the day. It's going to be like a copy cut of Maresca's setup with slight changes. And if Neto is there, he's most likely going to start ahead of Ganacho. And I also expect Estaval to play if he's fully fit. So on the day, I strongly believe that will be the setup, and I wouldn't be surprised if um, we go like that. And as to whether they are ready for this game. They have to be very careful because we are coming out of a very, awesome win, and they shouldn't carry away. They shouldn't be carried away with these results. I want them to be very focused because moment like that, if you lose off guard, you're going to be getting whipped, on Paris. So they have to be very cautious. They need to stay focused and build from whatever results they got. Should I say people in Ghana and other places is the next day. So the results that they got yesterday, they shouldn't be carried away because it's going to be very dangerous for them to do that. If they do that, we might end up getting trounced in Paris. And if we are beaten like 3 goals to 0, that means the whole thing is over. So they have to stay focused. They shouldn't be too happy. They should go out there, get the results, come back to London and finish the work. Yep.
Sorry, Bam. Did you say Chalobah as in the middle as its defensive midfielder?
No, 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 no. Centre back. He and Sa.
He's probably gonna be on the right. But go ahead. I'll let Dante hit you back on that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm done with everything, so Dante can take over. I know Chaloba and Sa will take the centre back, Gusto on the right back, Kukureya on the left. I expect James, Casiedo, Enzo Fernandez, and Palmer playing in the middle, and Joao Pedro will be top nine, and up front, and we also expecting Estaval and Pedro Neto to be on the wings. That would be my first 11 for that particular game. Yep.
Yeah, Dante, let's hear you. I thought
Yeah,
you were
look,
gonna say
it
something,
could
Dante.
be, but I do think if Fofana is available and ready to go, he will play that game. I don't see Sarr starting over him if he's not available. Just because of what we saw today, exactly. So, yeah, I don't know about Sarr playing that game, to be honest. If he's going to put him, but yeah, we'll wait and see what happens. Let's hope nothing's wrong with Fofana. But I think if Fofana's available, it'd be pretty hard to start Sarr over him and Chalobah, to be honest.
Yeah, and is it WKD Lama says I believe Esteva will start against PSG. I think that will make sense. He'll probably play against in the cup game to gain March fitness. I think he's been one of our best performers in the Champions League, actually, if you're going by numbers. Let's see. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. We have 85 people following the show. We had 105 or 130 plus. But if half of you, we're 85 right now, if half of you like the video, we'll have at least 40 likes. So please, if you haven't, take a second, drop a like on the video, and also do subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, the likes do go along with. Big up to you too, Chimera. Nice to see you. I do think again. I hope you're doing well. I think Santos, Enzo, and Caicedo midfield will play against PSG. James will play in his traditional position. Gusto can be brought in later to fortify the defense. Gusto might start actually, but let's see what happens. Even if it doesn't start, I think we're fine. What you mentioned is good. But Dante, I'm gonna look at Gusto's numbers. I've heard, I think was it Chimera? I've heard a particular Chelsea fans or who Chelsea fan or who say that Gusto isn't good at putting in crosses in the box, and we told them everything comes down to how Maresca how he likes to use them, how he deploys them on the pitch. I think we've made that argument. He's actually good at putting the cross or putting the balls into the box. He likes to put it on the carpet. But one thing he does that I like about his crosses is that he adds pace to it. So if he finds you, you don't need to do too much. All you need to do is to direct the ball into the back of the net. And I think the way Rosenior has utilized them, I think we've seen. If people have been paying attention, they've noticed that yeah, he's actually good at putting good crosses in the box. In my opinion, if Festival plays, you don't need Gusto. Okay. Best decision for Rosenior is a dropping of Robert Sanchez for Philip Jorgensen. I mean, arguably. But let's say you're Dante. Malo Gusto proving to people that, yeah, he's capable of putting crosses into the box and in a good way, too.
Yeah, of course he can. I mean, we saw that the previous seasons before Maresca. Maresca just chose to use him in a different way. So, and he worked. It worked sometimes. Sometimes it didn't. Sometimes it worked. But more defensive duties, didn't get in that position as much. But the way against this game was set up, it lets him go a little bit more forward, and still majority the more defending, but it lets him also go forward when there is space there to exploit that space. And that's exactly what he can do when he's in space and he's got that ball. Like you said, he loves the on the floor, really a strong pass. He doesn't need to think much, and when he doesn't think much, his balls are always like accurate. Like you said, on the floor, he just whips them in really with pace. So he's always done that. Look at France when he plays for France and does that. He done recently when he had that hat trick of assists for France. Yeah, he did exactly that as well. So yes, he can do that when he's asked, when he's in that position and he's got time, as in usually when we're counter attacking or etc. on the break, and he's in that position, he's going to put that ball across in the right area, usually on the floor at pace. That's his go-to cross. Pretty much, from what I've seen, 90% of the time, that's his go-to cross.
Yeah, I do like him. But before I go to Barnes, let's look at his numbers quickly. He played for 75 minutes. I think I saw him I did see him on the carpet too, holding his uh some but nothing says he's injured here, holding his leg, I think, at the time. But maybe I don't know. He played 75 minutes, got one assist, expected assist 0.51, expected assist and goal 0.51 also. Accurate passes both, yeah, at least because he didn't have any goals. 41 out of 48 accurate passes. That's 85%. Not bad. Chances created, one. Big chances created, one. Fantasy point, I'm not interested. That defensive contributions, two. Touches, 70 in total. Touches in opposition box, three. He had a good game. Defensive contributions, tackles, two. Blocks, zero. Recovers, four. Dribbled pass, zero times. Ground duels, one, two, 3 out of 5. 60%, not bad. He didn't attempt any aerial duels. He was fouled one time and he committed one foul. So, but he had a good game overall. Even eye test confirms that. Vance, you have anything to say? Malo Gusto, and I really would like us to talk about Garnacho too. But let's hear you, Vance.
Yeah, when Gusto was coming to Chelsea, I felt like he was one of the unfortunate players because you have to come to a team where you would have to find your position with the captain of the team, and there was no way he was going to get the opportunity to play. But when Pochettino left, I think Maresca did a good job. Credit to him. He was able to use both players frequently, and I think he got the opportunity to acclimatize with this team. And I feel like he's one of the underrated players in the Premier League. Sometimes when he has his day, this guy can perform so good. He's a very good player, and the way he overlaps sometimes also bring a lot to the team. The game against PSG will go down as one of his best, performance ever since he joined Chelsea. On the day, he made Mendes, one of the best left backs in the world, look very ordinary, and he was cooking the guy throughout the game. And I think that we have to pay attention to him, and that's why I feel like if James can get a different role and Gusto can frequently play, I believe both of them in the same game can help the team. He is a wonderful player, and he's really doing everything possible to win for the football club.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I wanted us to talk about yeah, Garnacho. He had a good game today, but he you could say was still a bit shaky, and which for me I down to him not 100% confident in my opinion, but he's always had it in him, and I've always told people he will get to play, he will eventually come good, and even as badly as a lot of people are saying he's been, as bad as a lot of people are saying he's been for Chelsea, his numbers say otherwise. I get it, but people are very good at judging you by one bad performance, irrespective of how well you've done in the past. But we're gonna look at his numbers in a bit. I think he had a very very good game actually. Um, Created a lot of good chances. Created the first chance for Joao Pedro, the one he nodded on the carpet, which bounced, and Martinez was there to stop it. But we've talked about this Dante before. Since he joined us, I think he's created similar chances, but because of lack of chemistry, good chemistry between him and his teammates, those chances went begging. But now I think they now understand where he likes to put the ball in the box, and someone will always be there to get at the end of it. But before I come to you to talk about it, I'll look at his numbers, but let me see who is here. Oden Martin says that Chelsea for every blue for life. Thank you for saying that, Oden Martin, and thank you for finding the time to join the conversation. So here we have his numbers here. He drifted into the central area, even in the attacking area. Defensively, he did well today, better than I've seen him since he joined Chelsea, actually. So he had a good game. He played 90 minutes, didn't score any goal, got one assist, expected assists 0.62, expected goals on target 0.43, expected assists 0.72. So both goal and an assist is the XG's the X's are 1.34. Accurate passes 27 out of 27, 100%. Wow. Chances created 6 in total. Big chances created 2. Shots on target 1. Shots off target none. Blocked shots 2. Shot accuracy 1 out of 1. What else do we have here? Defensive contribution 6. You see, even after seeing this number, haven't watched the game, I realized he actually did well defensively, more than usual. Big chances missed 1, touches in total 49, touches in opposition box 12, successful dribbles 0 out of 2, accurate long balls 1 out of 1. Let's say defensive contributions 6 in total, tackles of 4, recoveries 2, ground duels 1, 7 out of 10. Every duels 1, none out of 1 attempt. He was fouled 3 times, so he had a good game. Even numbers justify that. Dante, let's hear you. I think if people understand football, and all he needs is time and support, and believe me, we need him. Even if you feel like it's not good enough for Chelsea, we cannot change that right now, and it's our responsibility to support the kid who is just 21. And Rosenior did say that during his interview that he doesn't understand why people are having slating him or slagging him. I forgot how the British say it. It's unfair, really. But Dante, let's hear you.
Yeah, it is unfair. I mean, like you said, he's 21. People, think he was brought in to be a superstar straight away and be our main guy, but that's not what he was brought in for. He was brought in to be basically a squad player and improve and grow and hopefully become that, but not straight away. I mean, we know a lot of people just hated him anyway, so it made it life very difficult, as a start. Then his couple of his performances didn't help. He was really, really bad. Um, but we did hear Resenia say, 'cause something came up and said that he had something very serious happen in his life personally, and we haven't quite seen him the last 4 weeks because of that. So he was training and training very hard, but he did have something happen to him personally very significantly from what Resenia said. So what that was, we don't know, but he did say that. So but he was impressed how he reacted, how he put his head down, trained hard, never complained, and got back into things, and he got his opportunity today, and I think perfect opportunity because the opposition and how they play, perfect game to put him in. And yeah, look, he delivered. He still missed a couple of chances, probably could have had a couple of goals as well, but from what I saw,
He's
he
still,
delivered very.
I'd say he's not 100% confident yet.
No, and like you said, it's very important when you're a new player at a team like this to know your forwards' movements, for them to know your movements, what they like, what you like, how you cross it in, what you do when you cross it in, early or late, etc. So, that's very important to get a hold of, to get a grip of. And yeah, look, once he does that, I have no doubt that he will do very, very well. Like you said, he's not there. He's not a world beater at the moment. He's not, but people forget it. He's 21. He's very young, even though he's had 3 years in the Premier League with Man United, which is only going to help actually going forward, because that's only going to help. So yeah, look, he was brought in as a acquisition that made sense, especially under Maresca, the way Maresca played. Won't be used as much with Rosenior, just the way he applies against certain teams. I don't think he'll be used as much, but he was brought in for a specific reason. Yeah, as a squad player to really help our numbers on the wing because we were short, and to hopefully improve and grow and take that next step. And that could be next year, the year after, whenever that is. It could be this year later on. We don't know, but time will tell. So you need sometimes those players. You need that different profile, and you need that squad depth. That's all he was. People are complaining that why do we spend so much money on him? Well, that's not much money for a player like him. Is not much money. You know, for a squad player these days, you got to pay that much money basically. So it's not much at all for his age and where he's in his career and what salary he's on, etc. It's actually a very good deal, and the club will not lose from this going forward either if he succeeds or doesn't. The club will still not lose, as in financially.
Yeah, I know Bands likes him, but let's hear from Bands. What do you make of his performance today? I thought he was good. And he finished the game with an 8.3 rating, well deserved. Yeah, he got an assist. Could have had more than one assist, could have scored 2 goals himself. But yeah, good enough performance. I think if he continues to play, probably, yeah, he become even more better. Rosenior is capable of helping him become an even better player. But Banks, let's hear you if you're still there.
Yeah, I told you that earlier on. I told you that this guy has a lot of things within him that he has to express himself on the field of play, and I feel like the bad boy tag that was given to him by Manchester United fans is still hanging on his neck, and I don't know what it is. And it's feel like he also understand that some Chelsea supporters really don't want him here, because a lot of people sometimes will say, leave my football club, do this, do that. He's a human being. When he hears such comments, you don't even give him more confidence to like play and express himself. That is one thing I always tell people. He was Manchester United player, but not anymore. And whatever happens there, we can never and ever, come to a conclusion that the same thing will happen in Chelsea. This is a player who was fighting so hard to join us, and I feel like there were so many media job going on for him as to how he was waiting for Chelsea to call him to come and sign and all the hype. So I don't think he came here with bad intention. We need to support the guy. He's really good. Like, he's very good on the ball, but I also told you that his finishing is a problem. Like, he can do a whole lot, but when it matters most, he never utilized those chances. This is something the coaches need to work on. If they are able to do that, I can place him among one of those best youngest players in the world. He's very, very, very good. And let's not forget that some years back, this guy was one of the hottest, youngest player on the planet. So we should give him the benefit of the doubt. He's still young, as you said, 21 years. He's really, really young, and we need to support him all the time and bring the best out of him because as he's here, in the next 10 years, he could become a very, great player for our football club. And let's not forget that a lot of players have moved from Manchester United and come here and done so many good things with the football club. Others have also come from our other rival teams. Somebody like Ashley Cole was in our rival team. He switched camp, came to Chelsea, won so many things. So the fact that he's coming from Manchester United, we need to spare ourselves with those narrative. He's here now as a blue, so we need to support the guy and forget about him coming from our rival team. And some people will be saying we don't want you here, this and that. It's never, the best way to treat a young player. In all, I would say that Ganacho is one of our best players, and we should assist him to, win something for the football club.
Yeah, thank you so much. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Currently, we have 24 likes and we still have 84 plus people following the show. If you haven't, please take a second, drop a like on the video to help us garner more likes. If you're following the show on X or Facebook, please do us a favor, take a second, drop a like on the video to help us garner more likes. And Kenyan Revolutionary, I just wanted to let you know, Modmana is our dedicated AI. He's knowledgeable to an extent, but he makes mistakes. Like mentioned in Nkunku when you guys were talking about Kopama, but still, I think he mentioned it in a way that makes sense. He's still being trained. He learns from your conversation with him, and I'm happy you're able to start a debate with him and it's responding. But at some point, he will stop because we said it in a way that he will not exhaust the brain, the AI brain that we're using for it. So let's see. Enzo is the chief of prince is the chief prince on that left side. When Kukurea is playing and there's a winger on the left wing making runs. Liam learned that from the last game. That is why you saw those longer trademark. Histon, more importantly, I'm glad that Liam listened to you. I remember that. Enzo passes to Ganacho were delicious. I think that will help him earn a place on Argentina, the Argentine national team call up. Yeah, using your players in the preferred position yield result. It does, but these days managers prefer players who are capable of playing in multiple positions. Joao Pedro can play as a 10 like Maresca. Use him. He can also play on the left hand side, on the flanks to be more specific. He says, when do you start? Where do you stand on the Sanchez situation? Here's the thing. Something we've talked about here 1,000 times is that Sanchez, Philip Jorgensen, that he's capable of taking Sanchez's place. I'm not saying that certainly that's the case right now, but it does smell like it. It does smell like it, given that Sanchez didn't really do well with his feet against Arsenal. And Philip Jorgensen, you could argue actually probably Rosenior, he does know that Jorgensen is much better on the ball and it's not that bad actually as a shot stopper. He's still very young. Is he 24 yet? No, right? I think at most 24. He's still very young, still learning. We've always known that he will eventually improve. He's not a bad goalkeeper. Just had confidence issues, in my opinion. And we have Jay in the house. Big up, Jay. He says, "Where do you stand on the Sanchez situation?" I think I've talked about that, but it does smell like he is in trouble. Might not be. We can't just go by one game alone, but you have to give Jorgensen credit for how well he did in that one game in particular. And the fact that his high claim numbers, that's the highest I've seen from him since he joined Chelsea. So Dante, let's hear you. That question from Jay. I know we don't like Jay, but let's just try and answer his question.
Sorry, coach. Let me be bad answer. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Take care of whatever you need to take care of, bro. Let's hear you. Banks, help me answer this question from Jay,
What
one
was
of
his
our panelists.
what was his question again,
He's
Coachy?
asking, big up guys, where do you stand on the Sanchez situation? And I wouldn't call it a situation yet, except if the manager said anything that suggests that Sanchez is in trouble.
Let
But
me say this,
yeah, but
Coachy.
go ahead, let me
I'm
hear
not
you.
going to. The fact is, Rosenior knows Sanchez very well. Back in Brighton, they've gone separate ways. They've come together again at Chelsea, and I told you that right now Sanchez is going to be the number one, regardless of how even Jorgensen perform in matches. Sanchez is our number one right now.
You just have to
On
let us know. You know how we roll here. That's your opinion.
Yeah, that's my opinion. But
Okay.
honestly, honestly, that might be the opinion of the football club, Kochi. I'm telling you because let's if you are number one, let's take the instances that happened during the conference league final. Jorgensen was our number one throughout the games, but when it matters most and when we wanted to put everything to sleep, guess who was imposed on the day? It was the number one for the football club. So based on my opinion and the opinion of our football club, because let's look at the number of matches Sanchez normally play, and there might be a reason why Sanchez didn't play today, and I don't think this Aston Villa performance for Jorgensen will take Sanchez to the second position. This is not going to happen unless another goalie is coming in or Jorgensen do something extraordinary that will put him at the number one spot. But as it stands right now, our brother out there, I want to make it clear to him that Sanchez is going to be the number one until the end of the season. I don't know if somebody will come in at the end of the season, but as it stands right now, Robert Sanchez is the number one for me, and I don't know how Jorgensen can, overtake him to take the first, spot.
Here's something I want to say. Look at me clicking the emojis and click the wrong one, especially for my sister. I apologize, but I know she understands. She has thick skin. But she says, yeah, I wanted to click thumbs up, even though I had glasses on. Jesus Christ. What in the freaking world did I do? Mel, I sincerely do apologize. You know me too well to know that I didn't know that was a mistake. I was thinking it was a thumbs up, even though I have glasses on. Jesus Christ, wallahi. What in the freaking world is wrong with me? But I'm glad. I'm just happy I'm dealing with someone that knows me. Sincerely do apologize. But um, we will lie. Kai ho, Kani will lie. Lie, lie. All right. Like the stream, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Sincerely do appreciate you all. Dante out. I like that one. What else do we have? Yep, Mel, of course. Yes, people go and subscribe to Mel's YouTube channel, Miss Melina's YouTube channel. She covers EPL and other club and beyond, and she knows, as Nigerians would say, she knows the her onions. I hate that phrase, but she knows the game very, very well. And hopefully, we will start something serious, a weekly collaboration, especially on soccer perspective, but also on Chelsea perspective too. A lot of respect for her. Not game knowledge is something. He says, and who's this? Jay says, personally, I don't agree with it. I think it's wild to change a goalkeeper in such crucial games, and also when he's one of your players. Here's the thing: he's not been perfect. I think the manager. The thing might be that the manager, he's saying things from the perspective of what defines the sort of goalkeeper he wants to regard and the sticks from him. I'd say more specifically the goalkeeper's ability on the ball. And you and I know, and I think a lot of Chelsea fans know that Philip Jorgensen is much better on the ball actually, and can only get better. And I'm all for it. And hopefully it is that he's rotating them. And the rotation for me will be good too, which pushes Sanchez to not at any point in time let it you can say get into his head that he's the number one goalkeeper, and irrespective of what happens, he still be the starting goalkeeper for us. And he did say something publicly, I think a month ago or so, or during the summer transfer window, that the club told him that he is the number one goalkeeper. And that's wrong. So he needs competition for his own sake. So he doesn't take things for granted. As good as he is, I think we all can agree that we can do better than him. And I think a start would be, yeah, to give Philip Jorgensen a chance. And today he proved that he's actually a good goalkeeper, did very, very well. And as I pointed out a few minutes ago, about 3 minutes ago, that he had three high claims, and that's the highest I've seen him in terms of its total number of high claims during a single game. That's a high, and he looks more confident than he's ever looked whenever he got a chance to be our number one in a Premier League game. He's a good goalkeeper. We need that. I just hope maybe that it was just the manager rotating the team, ensuring that Jorgensen gets game time. And if he proves to be the better goalkeeper, he starts. Goalkeepers do need competition too. If both start showing world class level performances, good for us. If it is just rotation, good. But if it smells like it a little bit, but I'm not too sure whether the case is. Yeah, that's it. Sanchez is in trouble. I don't know. But Dante, if you're back, I want to hear from you in a bit. Thank you for understand. He says, "Don't be silly, Coach Noala. Look, but it's only fair that I apologize. I apologize. Look at this enemy." He's been all nice. He's protecting me. Jay being a good bro in the chat, protecting me. I want. But okay, I'm taking Jay. Thank you for being a good brother right there. I don't like Jay. That's probably why he's telling you that, yeah, that he was for him. But Dante, if you're back there, let's hear your thoughts. I know Bands thinks. I don't know if you're back yet. You had to excuse yourself. I think probably your boy is awake around.
All good, boy. All good.
Okay. All right. Let's hear you, man.
Yep.
Dan Australian. So
uh,
yeah, that was how I said it yesterday, and I liked it.
yeah,
Let's hear you. Jay say.
big up to Miss Melina there, the lucky one. I'll call her the lucky one for her Arsenal team. Um, yeah, look, we talked about it a bit a bit earlier in the show, but it's actually a positive, not a negative, because like you said, it gives more competition, keeps them on their heels, and Jorgensen brings a different way of playing for Rosenior, which he likes playing a lot, which he did at Strasbourg a lot with his goalkeepers. He changed it a bit when he had, no, he didn't change it a bit. He loves, starting attacks from the back, where Robert Sanchez can be okay at that, but not really as comfortable on the ball when he's under pressure. So look, it's only a good thing to have competition, and I think he'll go down very well. Like I said when he came in, Rosenior, don't be surprised that he might favour Jorgensen a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, Dante. I think my connection is fixed. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's your connection. Just because the way he plays, and we saw that pretty early, him putting him on in a Premier League game, and then the next game before that, I'm not sure if he would have started, but he got injured anyway, so he was out. So, little bit of a sign there, and from what he's spoken in the press about him and how he, likes it.
What did he say, please? What did he say? Because I was maybe that's what again what drives what maybe Jay's opinion that Jay sounds as if that's the end for Sanchez, or maybe he's in trouble. But let's hear you.
Yeah. Don't quote me quite for code because I can't remember. It was like a month ago exactly, but basically saying that he loves the way he consider him as one of the best goalkeepers in the world with his feet, which is I've always said that. I think that's 100% true, and he loves the way he can build up and start attacks with him. And that's very true. So he's got another weapon, and he'll be very very happy to have him and Sanchez to basically choose from when he wants. So that gave me a bit of an insight that he's really into him. And then when he put him the week later, he put him he started in the Premier League game so early. I was like, oh, okay, we'll see what happens here. He played very well. Don't forget, exactly the same. Very very good with his feet. We started attacks from him from the back, and he got injured then. So we didn't see him since then. It's been a bit quiet, but he's come back already and straight away back in again. Well, yeah, that could tell you a lot. And this can happen. Different managers have different preferences of what they like in players. Some will play some will play different. It's nothing new. And I'm not really bothered, to be honest, if Jorgensen starts, because I think he's got what you need. I think against low blocks, probably Sanchez can still play, no problem. It's only when teams are going to press you high and put you under pressure. We know Sanchez is not good at that, and we saw that the last couple of weeks, very, very shaky. Lucky he didn't concede a couple of goals from it. So I think Rosenior's seen that as well, and he's like, okay, well, I'm going to put Jorgensen back in, and that's exactly what you want. You want that competition, and you want that. Yeah.
Okay, I would. Yeah. Thank you. You ended it just the way I wanted to. Again, that makes it the transition a lot more seamless. What do you make of it? See, if you're saying things from the perspective of the manager rotating them or creating a healthy competition between the two goalkeepers, I think that's good. Actually, I don't think it's okay to make one goalkeeper feel like they are undroppable.
Exactly, yeah, and kind of a little bit. Maresca did that a bit at the start. He didn't in the middle a little bit, and then after and start of this season, he said number one, blah blah blah. So Maresca kind of made it that way. But now that's changed. Like I said, new manager, new feeling on another player. He likes what he has and how he builds up from the back and how he can control that situation. It gives him another weapon, basically, to launch attacks from the back. And we saw today, from what I saw on the highlights, a couple of goals started from him doing that. So it gives you a very important weapon against a team like an Aston Villa, like a PSG, some of these other teams where he can use those talents very well. So yeah, look, it's just a good thing. I'm happy with it, and it doesn't matter. Sanchez or Jorgensen, doesn't matter. Which one ever suits and plays the best, that's what matters.
I don't know why that's a concern for Jay, really. And Barnes thinks no, that Sanchez will remain the number one, and I think it's okay what the manager is doing. If in fact he's only rotating them to give the other goalkeeper a good chance, And the truth remains, if you do that, if anything happens to Sanchez, then the other goalkeeper he'd be available and ready to play. But if you only call upon him when the starting goalkeeper gets injured, chances are he's not ready. He's not going to be ready. You get my opinion, Dante. All right. Thank you, my sister, for understanding. I appreciate you. She says hi. Ty, go ahead, Dante.
Yeah, exactly, coach. It makes that player hungry, and we saw there was reports that he might want to leave. He was going to leave in the January transfer window because not opportunities, and he wants to be the number one for Denmark. So obviously he's had assurances and he's stayed, and I think probably we're seeing why he probably stayed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Big up, Ty saying hello to Miss Molina. He's really into.
Yeah, Miss Molina loves me recently. Yeah, she's
yeah, it's a good thing.
Shows the love. Yeah.
She's a good person anyway, more importantly. All I am saying is that I wouldn't be surprised if Jorgensen starts against Paris Saint-Germain and the other key matches. This scenario is also possible. This could very much be more than just sending a message to Sanchez. I mean, it might be. It could be just him rotating. So we just can't. We're speaking in that. You can say we're speaking. We can only speculate. We don't really know. We don't really know. But for me, I get what you mean. Would him starting against Paris Saint-Germain, would that be too early? I don't know. But the manager, he sees them in training day in, day out. Let him do his thing. I trust him, but he's proven, again, he knows how to make big decisions and he doesn't look faces if he needs to make one. Jay says, I'm not bothered, but Jorgensen has his own issues, which makes him no better than Sanchez, if not worse. Overall, let's not suddenly forget that Sanchez has been our best player this season alongside Pedro. I agree. But that doesn't mean we should make him feel like he's undroppable. I think we're creating a problem there. That's one. Or because we humans we take things for granted when we don't have to work for it. And remember, I mentioned how he did say publicly that the club told him that he's the club's number one, which I don't like. From a competition perspective, yeah, I think that changes everything. Then, which would mean that Jorgensen will always be ready whenever called upon. If you leave it until Sanchez gets injured before introducing him, he might not be ready. But if you rotate them, chances are we'd still see Sanchez against PSG, which is fine. But if you rotate them, whoever you call upon will be ready to come in and do an equal, come in place of the person that they are replacing and do an equally good job or maybe an even better job. Competition is healthy, irrespective of the position, and I'm gonna keep saying that. Hi to you too. Wish I could say your name, but that's a ridiculous name, and I'm not gonna even try. So maybe someone is trying or something. I don't know who that is. And Mod Manor has time of saying hello. And Miss Melina, I'm not going to start saying, you don't have to do that, but I'm just going to take it because it's coming from my sister. And whenever I get a chance, I will reciprocate. But thank you, more importantly. Keep blessed, coach. Love to your family. Thank you. I appreciate you. You should see the day we were recording that match review, you should see the one that was a baby at the time. We still live in Vegas at the time. You should see how big he is now. You're swimming more regularly now. I am happy to see your growth, more success than just this process. that's that's a good one. That's a good one. I wouldn't celebrate it and call it delicious because you that's a good comment, but you garnished it with the dig at my club, so I'm not going to celebrate it. Much love to you, my sister. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I don't know anything else we want to say about Jorgensen Danta. Should we move on from him? All right, let's talk, go ahead. I see you unmuted your phone.
Sorry, what was the question, Coach?
Anything else, or should we move
Ah,
on from
no,
Jorgensen?
nothing else. Thank you, Melina, for that. Obviously, she's done very well. Even though Canadian dollars probably $2 American, it's fine. It's good.
That's an insult. Oh, the difference, it's a lot. I take it. I think it's a lot to me.
Miss
I am
Melina, out,
fighting.
please.
Jay says, I'm fighting a lost battle with this scientist convo. When coach already gave me that, did you see what happened?
A little bit. I've been paying. I'm doing something as well.
So
So a little
Miss
bit. Yeah.
Melina said something, and I wanted to do thumbs up, and even though I had glasses on, and I clicked middle finger.
Oh, nice. I like your
But I
style.
wasn't too concerned because he was hot, but of course I have to do
No, he
the,
would never
the
do that, Miss
correct thing,
Melina.
which
She
is to
knows. She knows
apologize.
you would never do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I apologize. Yeah. Well deserved, coach. Thank you. I appreciate you, and I want your channel to grow because you cover all football clubs, and I think eventually we'll catch up. But you're a very busy person, and I know the sort of work you're into, which means you'll always be busy. Pedro and Sanchez joined for player of the season. Pedro and Sanchez, Pedro Sanchez, player of the season, both for Chelsea.
At the moment, yeah, they're
At
probably.
the moment, I mean, that'd be accurate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
looking. It's going
agree.
to be more like Sanchez, as in sorry, Pedro, Joao Pedro, but that can change obviously. But he's been up till now pretty close the last couple of weeks. Before that, he was probably our player of the season, very close. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, more likes, people, more likes. Mabas has been hiding from me since the Arsenal game. I have seen him. I think Mabas is usually more available for the morning shows, for the blue morning shows, not the evening shows. I think Dante knows. He just wants to start. He and Miss Melina, they're fighting. Yeah, it's really. I knew it was that. It's really practically the same thing. So it doesn't matter. But what I appreciate the most really is the intent. I take it, but that's still huge. That's a lot. If I change it to Naira, that person will give it to someone, they will dance it tomorrow. So Enzo Fernandez, one of my favorite Chelsea players. Dante, you know how much I love him. He played for 79 minutes. He has one assist. And then expected goals 0.03. Expected goals on target 0.03. Expected assist 0.50. Both 5.3 because he has 0.03 for expected goals on target. Accurate passes 40 out of 43, 93%. Chances created 2 in total. Big chances created 1. Shots on target 1. Shots off target none. Shot accuracy 1 out of 1. I can't remember that one in particular. Fantasy points 4. Okay. Why did I read that? Defensive contributions 10. He does a lot defensively these days. Even Cole Palmer. I think all the players under Liam Rosenior, they've all improved defensively. Touches 51 in total. Touches in the opposition box 2. Passes into the final third 5. Accurate long balls 1 out of 1. Dispossessed 1 time. Non-penalty XG 0.03. And defensive contributions 10 in total. Tackles 2. Block shots none. Okay. Ground duels 1 4 out of 6, 67%. That's fine. He didn't attempt any aerial duels. He was fouled twice. He committed 1 foul. So he had an excellent game. But I want to specifically talk about that ball where you could say, I think it was that pass that drew people's attention to the person he found. Who was it? I think it was Malo who made that run, and he from that middle area, I think was that in our half? No, a little beyond our half, and found him with that delicious ball. Mm. I really want to go to heaven, but I have a very dirty mind, but I know God understands. So with that delicious pass,
Unbelievable.
but the thing is, he has excellent vision, and that's one of those times. Yeah, my goodness, that pass was delicious, really. But let's hear you, Dante.
Yeah, look, we already know what he is. A lot of people don't know what he is, so they keep complaining. But he had an amazing game, like you said. A couple of the past 2 assists, which he created space, opened up space, and then was able to find the players with his vision in the correct weight on the passes in front of them. So, yeah, look, got the assist as well. So again, another assist to his numbers. But yeah, look at the to me more those past 2 assists, the ones that he starts and creates, which gets those plays going. That's a huge difference. And like I keep saying it many times, he's a world class player in my eyes. So he's does exactly what I expect him to do. So and with the numbers before there's no numbers. Now he's got ridiculous great numbers for a midfielder. So yeah, he's doing it all, and hopefully he continues. And I think he liked that. He loves playing against Aston Villa. Remember, I said in the yesterday show, watch Enzo Fernandez, him and Joao Pedro. They love playing against Aston Villa, and again, they both showed up against Aston Villa. So yeah,
Yeah, I was concerned that Tammy Abraham was going to start that game and score against us, but he did. But before I come to you, Bant, Jay says here, that Gustav performance, by the way, lukewarm maybe. I think, but I think he did very well, really. He reads, let's see. By the way, man got me praising and cursing him at the same time. Did he get injured? Because I saw him on the carpet that time period that Fofana was on the carpet too, holding what part of his leg I can't quite remember. But yeah, I thought maybe he got injured. And so is everybody. So is all the panelists here. Dante's mind is even more dirty. Sometimes if I miss it, he will say it again 10 times, trying to push me to say it. So if I go to hell, I will find a way to blame him online. And I'm not playing. But Vance, Enzo Fernandez was excellent today. But I've said this before. He's that sort of player. sometimes you have to forget looking at the numbers, because numbers might say something that will make you go, okay, he didn't have such a good game, but eye test is important, which is why I've always told people you need both. Both complement each other. And when you have both to work with, you conclude whether a player had a good game or not. But I think he had an excellent game with one assist. And yeah, he was excellent overall on the day. But let's hear you, Bans.
Yeah, Enzo Fernandez, a World Cup winner, has always been good. His first season at Chelsea was really terrible, and a lot of the Chelsea supporters were wondering. Some people were saying that they don't even want him in this football club. So if I see him today making waves in my football club, I believe what he has been doing over the years. 2022 World Cup winner, and also such a young, experienced midfielder. He's been doing so good. He's one of the players who is so underrated, and I believe if Enzo was in Real Madrid or Barcelona, by now they would just put him among top five midfielders in the world. But he's still working his way up. And I told you guys, I think from yesterday's program, that we shouldn't rule out Enzo Fernandez leaving the football club, because if you have a team like Real Madrid always talking about your player and they have every means of bringing that player to Madrid, you always have to know that you are in trouble. They know how to manipulate players and they know how to work in the transfer world. Let's not be too how should I say, we shouldn't be too like sure that Enzo will be here forever, although he has a very long term contract. Anything can happen. If Real Madrid says they want him, they can just balance their budget and everything and make sure that they take him to Real Madrid. That is something I always think about it, because the more he's doing good, the more he'll be attracted by some of these teams. And the World Cup is coming. Obviously, he's going to play in a very good team, and if the performance is also classic one, obviously those teams are going to come back. So let's see what is going to happen. But having Enzo in our team has been very, very beneficial. And one thing about him is when he's having a bad day, you might think that he's the most, laziest or the most useless player. But when he has his day, Enzo can do so many things. And this season, for instance, he has saved us so many times and he has contributed a lot. And I think whatever he's doing, he's on the right track. But let's not rule out him joining Real Madrid. I keep saying this because I know the rumors are getting thicker and thicker, and anything that comes out there in the media has a little bit of truth about it, and that makes me think that one day this gentleman is going to leave. But even if he leaves, I think the future looks good. We still have other options, and Chelsea will still be here. So I think Enzo has been so good, and he's really a fantastic player.
Yeah, I think he is. And Dante, quickly, let's talk about Cole Palmer. Even if he didn't score on the day, I'd still rate him highly because he had a good performance like that. But that's not his best so far. And again, he didn't have. You can say he can actually do better than he did today, but I'll take that. That's a huge improvement from where he was before that game. He had a very, very good game. And I want us to talk about, yeah, I think it was him that found Ganacho on the left hand side, and Ganacho laid it on the carpet for Pedro, Joao Pedro. I think he had a good game on the day. We did see a few of those sort of incidents where he nonchalantly gives away the ball, not on paper still, but it's just the way he applies himself on the pitch. That's why sometimes it just comes across that, yeah, he's too nonchalant that, or maybe not too into the game. But I think that's a confidence booster for him. He had a very, very good game. His focus wasn't just to score, he was bent on creating for his teammates. I think that makes a huge difference. And that's good for a player who's lacking in confidence. It doesn't have to be about you. Create for your teammates, just be part of the game. And he was. And I want you also to talk about the argument from Paul Merson that he's better off deployed in the middle. I'd say Cole Palmer is better off playing with freedom. Give him the independence to go wherever he deems fit on the pitch. That's how you get the best out of him. If you deploy him to any particular position and charge him to stick with that position, I think you've shackled him. But that's not the case. I think he plays with freedom. That makes a huge difference. It doesn't matter whether he stays centrally or maybe you can say or on the flanks. But let's hear you, Dante. Two things there. That pass that he found Garnacho, some on I think I've seen him on occasion try to drive into the box alone, dribble his man and drive into the box, but he looked up, utilized his vision effectively in that moment and found Garnacho, who laid it on the carpet for Joao Pedro once again. But let's hear you.
Yeah, look, amazing pass, great pass. Like you said, he didn't have the best game from what I've seen. He was okay. He was pretty good. I haven't seen the proper full game to have a proper picture on it, but from what I saw from the extended stuff, the highlights I watched, he had an all right game, but nothing too special besides that pass. So, look, like you said, freedom is number one, and I think Rosenior sees it that way. We saw him go on the left previous game against Arsenal, and he actually was the only player that had freedom in that game because he was getting the ball in spaces where Arsenal were not expecting, and he was really exploiting that. The problem was he wasn't creating too much from that, or shooting, scoring as he normally does. And I think the coach has seen that and is really putting him in situations where he can have a bit of space, freedom, try to really, he knows he's too good not to get him going. So he's really trying to get him going. That shows me that maybe a bit of mentally there, he's a bit not quite all there for many reasons. Maybe, who knows, maybe, injury, etc. On his mind. So, but that's what Racing is trying to do, put him in those spaces. And look, even against Arsenal, for me, it worked. It just, the execution wasn't there, but it worked. So, again, on the right, he worked as well, pretty well. Just, again, some of the execution's not quite there yet for him, but it's coming, and he's only going to get better. He'll get back right where he is. It's a long run now, but I think he still showed, at least he showed with that pass and then the finish, that finish. So at least he did that, and that will give him a massive boost of confidence. And that's exactly what Rosenior wanted.
And let's say again, once again, I don't know if you've talked about that. It's important that it does seem as if he's realized that he doesn't have to be the scorer. He can create.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be that guy that does absolutely everything. And hopefully Rosenior's told him that and really, try to emphasize that on his game. Because you got great players around you. You just got to open them up and make them good. So I think that's definitely an emphasis from Rosenior as well. A little bit of that, 100%, which is good because that slowly will build up his confidence and his teammates' confidence as well. And like I said, it's a big positive in that sense.
And that takes away nothing from how good he is. It doesn't have to be him, but he can still be a very important part of the team. Just like Kevin De Bruyne, it doesn't have to be him all the time, but he creates a lot for his teammates. But again, something else. Before I go to Barnes, there's something else. We've talked about this 1,000 times, so people don't realize. We might end up at some point still see that Cole Palmer that we experienced under Pochettino, but it's going to be very difficult. Why? We are more of a unit than we were under Pochettino. Under Pochettino, we were so chaotic, and he's smart enough to take advantage of those hero moments. And he didn't actually. Every time he comes this way, he took those opportunities whenever they came his way. But we're different now. We're more of a unit. It's not about him, and it's a good thing. As much as I didn't want to pay attention to the numbers that emerged, showing that we've lost more games whenever he's available. We've won less games whenever he's on the pitch for us. I'm not saying that reflects the fact that he's a bad player. I'm just saying people need to realize we're more of a unit, and it's not about Cole Palmer anymore. It's about the team. But Bance, let's hear you. Cole Palmer on the day had a good game, and as I've said, even without that goal, I'd still rate him highly.
Yeah, Goalkeeper this season is struggling, and it's very normal. and very common when it comes to football. Anytime you are playing the game and you have any kind of injury, it's going to affect your progress, and you are going to be very rusty. Let's not forget he was out for almost 2 months, if I'm not mistaken, and it's a big deal because if you are doing so good right after the Club World Cup and all of a sudden you attract any injury, you are going to now reset everything, and your progress will depend on how things are going. And also, let's not forget that the team itself is not really doing good this season. Under Maresca, before he left, the results were not that good, and by analyzing the whole situation, it can affect you as a footballer. If your side is not really doing good, it can affect you. And him coming back from injury, he's still struggling. There is something that is going on in his career that we all don't know right now. I don't know if he's trying to be more, cautious in terms of the World Cup. The World Cup that is about to start. We have less than, I think, 3 months to the World Cup. So every player is not going to put in a lot of effort if the World Cup is not around. Yeah, they can do everything possible. But for the World Cup, just imagine Rodrigo is going to miss the World Cup. It was very close for him to play his World Cup, but unfortunately he got injured. So most players sometimes will also be very, very, very cautious playing most of these games because everyone's dream is to play in the World Cup. So we seen Kopama in this mode. Nobody should be surprised. It's something that is normal. I believe after the World Cup, when we get to a new season, we are going to see the Kopama we knew from 2 years ago and last year. He's not doing that bad, and if you ask me, I think he's still one of our greatest players, and he will come back to his old ways. It's rather unfortunate that a lot of the fans are also criticizing him not fairly, and it's too bad. I keep telling people that these guys, they are humans, and whatever we say out there, they listen to us, they watch us, and it can demoralize them in terms of how they should go out there and perform. So sometimes we need to tone down. We need to encourage them. How do you think Cole Palmer will feel when he goes to his Twitter account and the fans are giving him a whole lot of encouragement and telling him how good he is? I guess he's going to appreciate it and work so hard. So we need to support them. These guys are very young, and I don't think Kopama is different from any other player. Also, we have a new coach. Maybe the system he's introducing to them is a bit new, and he's trying to get used to the system. So let's see what happens as Rosenior is taking care of the team, and probably in the near future, we are all going to see the best out of Cole Palmer. So me, I'm not bothered at all. He's so the best player, and every time, even if he's not really doing well, Kopama will provide an assist or do something extraordinary. So I think things will be better for him.
Yeah, I mean, he's not a bad player, and I think a lot of people, but yeah, fans will always be fan. That's the thing. The average fan understands three things: win, lose, or draw, and they judge you by that, irrespective of whether on the day you were just unlucky not to have won the game, or whether the referee was the reason why you lose the game. They don't care. But that's right with Dante. And if you're still watching Mr. Dragon, you're welcome. If this is your first time here, I feel at home, enjoy yourself. All we ask of you is to keep it civil. Here, your opinion matters. So, Dante, I'm throwing this question at you. The question from Mr. Dragon. The AI deleted this message because he used all caps. He says, "Do you think we will get an all-English semifinals in the UEFA Champions League?" Dante, let's hear your thoughts on that. If you're still there.
Yes, yeah, it's possible. Of course, there's all the English teams in there, so it's definitely possible we'll meet an English team. So, um, we'll see it happens. Most likely, if we can get past PSG, we'll worry about that then. But for now, we've got PSG to worry about, and then we can worry about that after, to be honest. But if we do get past them, there's a very high probability that it will be, yes, 100%.
I mean, let's take it one by one, right? Game by game.
Yep.
Yeah. So Bands, let's hear you. Bands, your thoughts, do you think would see that in the Champions League before we look at the Joao Pedro numbers and then go ahead and go news hunting and call it a day?
All English finals, I'm not sure. People think that
Semi-finals.
semi-finals, you mean, or the finals?
Semi-finals.
Well, the semi-finals, people are just underrating the likes of Galatasaray and
Is
Bodo.
that even possible? I haven't actually looked at the teams and how who will meet who if they win, but
Like
I don't
the
know. But go
path,
ahead.
if you look
Galatasaray,
at the
Liverpool.
path,
Yeah. Yeah.
if you look at the path, we have like the bigger side or one of the best teams sided at one side, like they at one side, and some of the weaker side are also on the other side where you have us now. So, but it seems like a lot of people are underrating Galatasaray. Let's not forget these guys are doing something strange. We don't know. They were able to beat Liverpool previously. And let's also not rule out Bordeaux. A lot of people think that these guys are just making it a fluke. Like it's not a fluke. These guys are really winning. So people should be very careful. People think that Arsenal will go to the finals based on the path, but it's not easy as they are saying. A lot of things can happen. So all English semi-finals, I don't think it can happen. We're going to see a little bit of Spanish, a little bit of, maybe Turkey, and probably who else? Germany. I don't know. Maybe we can have Bayern, Chelsea at semi-finals, and we could also have Galatasaray and Atleti in the semi-finals. That's how I see it.
Mhm. So let's look
Yeah.
at Joao Pedro's numbers. An excellent player, we all know that. And by the way, Palmer, I think we've looked at the numbers too. Let's look at that of Joao Pedro. Man, he's turned it up a notch at Chelsea, which again proves that it's a system, or you can say the players surrounding a particular player can define how well they do. Yeah, I think he's been a much better player, even better than he was on the Enzo Maresca. But I'm not saying Maresca because if you remember, he did say that he was carrying an injury at the time. So I don't think it makes sense to start blaming Maresca for any reason. But look at his heat map, Dante. He was everywhere on the pitch. He
Yep.
played 85 minutes, scored 3 goals, got 1 assist on the day. Wow. Expected goals 2.68, so he outperformed his XG. Expected goals on target of 3.37. Both 2.68, both in total. Accurate passes 10 out of 18, 56%. I'll take that. It doesn't matter to me. Chances created 1, shots on target 4, shots off target 1, shots accuracy 4 out of 5. And there was one where he, okay, if it's not chest trap, what do I call it? Where he just on papers he chested the ball. They use it to you use his chest to set his ball up for himself, and then went for that bicycle kick. Uh, Even though it went wide, I think Martinez was rooted, but that was beautiful, really. That shows you that's a reflective of a man in, again who's high on confidence. Defensive contributions 3. He contributes a lot defensively. Big chances missed 1. Touches 42. Touches in opposition box 8. Successful dribbles 1 out of 2, 50%. Accurate crosses 0 out of 2 attempts. That's 0. He was dispossessed 0 times. Non-penalty exits 2.68, so he outperformed that. Defensive contributions 3 in total. Tackles 2, recoveries 1, no interceptions, no clearances. Randu's won 5 out of 8, 63%, not bad. Elidu's won 1 out of 3, 33%. He's a tall dude, should be doing better than that, but I can single out those instances to see whether it was difficult for him or not, but still good enough. He was fouled twice, he committed fouls 2 times. Joao Pedro on today, so good to watch. And the top rated player, 9.8. Dante, your thoughts?
Yeah, amazing game. Like, yeah, that's his first hat trick, so you'll remember that one for a long time. And
You remember when I said he might accidentally miss out of what?
you did, yeah, I remember. Yeah,
Oh my word!
you
But
were
go
not too happy
ahead.
with Joao Pedro at the end.
Shameful take that one. That is, but he was struggling at the time, though. But go ahead.
Correct. Yeah, yeah. So you were just piling it on. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, look, and one thing we did say though, when Palmer comes back, you will see a bit better of him because the opposition have another guy to really zone in on and look out for. So creates a lot of space, and his movement causes a lot of trouble for the opposition. The way he moves, you saw the goals he scored. He was in the right place, the right time. Why? Because his IQ of getting in those positions and his movement is what made most of those goals. Obviously, the finish, left foot, right foot, he's got all that. He's got the technical ability, but the movement to get into those positions and then without thinking do what he does, that's what sets him apart. No, I don't want to compare, but from a Jackson, for example, where Jackson needs to think that through. Well, Joao Pedro doesn't need to think that through. It comes naturally because he's a bit more of a natural.
he
So
shoots instinctively, and Jackson doesn't do that.
correct, yeah. So that's a big difference, and that's why he would get more goals because of that. So not saying that Jackson's a bad player. I'm just saying that's where they differ mostly in exactly that. So yeah, look, very impressed. I knew he had it in him. I kept telling you guys, don't give up. He's going to really, really shine in this team once we got our proper all our players on the field, and we especially when we play a position like a Villa, like these when they open up a bit and they play differently. He's so good at finding space and opening up space for others, but for himself as well. That we just need to capitalize on that. And today showed you exactly that. We capitalized on that space brilliantly, and he got a hat trick because of it.
At some point, I felt like actually we're too much in a hurry. I wanted this to slow it down, but yeah, it still worked. I think had we slowed it down, maybe they'd come back into the game because that was the reason why they were able, even though we had played them in the first half and in the second half, they turned it up and we were in trouble. But the more they turned it up against us today, the more we were at them. So I think I'm just happy that yeah, we didn't slow it down. But Banks, let's hear you, Joao Pedro on the day. Excellent. Top rated player for a reason. 3 goals, 1 assist. Not easy.
Yeah, I'm so glad that this guy has hit going like he's doing so well. I watched him when he was at Watford, and he was one player I really hated to you know play with when Chelsea were playing with Brighton. He's somebody who is very clever. His scoring accuracy is very, very tight, and he can cause havoc at any time. Look at one of the goals he scored. I think the second goal or so, the cheeky way of making it look so simple. That is something we've been lacking over the years, and I think after Didier Drogba, or should I say Diego Costa, we now have somebody we can count on. He's really doing very well, and this guy is really, really, really helping us. Look at the goals he scored so far, and I believe that Rosenier's presence has also helped him in a way. Let's not forget that at the beginning of the season, he went like was it about 5 or 6 games without even scoring, and a lot of people were like confused and complaining about his performance. But from nowhere, when Rosenior took over, I think he's rediscovering his form, and everything is moving in the right direction. And so far, I think for the past 7 games or so, he's always scoring. That looks very good, and I'm happy for him. He's a wonderful player, still young, and he brings a lot to the game. He's one player. Whenever he's in the opposition side, he has a way of like outwitting the defenders and creating chances for others to score. So I'm not surprised that this has been his performance this season, and he's really doing a fantastic job against Aston Villa. I think he was very good, and if I'm not mistaken, this is his first hat trick. So I would say kudos to him, and
Yeah,
I
his
believe.
first hat trick in the Premier League. I don't
Say
know
that
whether
again.
his first hat trick in his career as a footballer, but I think
Mhm.
definitely his first hat trick in the Premier League.
He scored hat trick before.
No, no, his first in the
So
Premier League. I'm
yeah,
saying I'm not
yeah.
sure whether this is maybe. I know you didn't say that. I'm just checking whether this is his first as a professional footballer. I don't know, but
Oh,
definitely
the
in the
first as
Premier
a
League,
prophet. I think
first
this
hat
should be
trick.
the
I think.
first.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this should be his first in his career, and the way
Possibly.
things are, yeah, the way things are going, I believe the places where we used to cry so hard that there is nobody after Didier Drogba and Diego Costa. It seems finally we are getting the right person to take over that position, and I believe he has so many things to offer, and this has always also like boosted his chances of going to the World Cup because if you have this player banging in the goals, why would you tell me that he's not going to go to the World Cup? Definitely, he's going to be one of the guys that will be picked by Carlo Ancelotti to represent Brazil. And I feel like if we are supposed to go to the finals of this year's Champions League, he's going to play a vital role. I'm just hoping that he can take it slowly so that he doesn't get injured. Like right now, if he should go on the injury list, I'm just wondering how we're going to survive without him because it seems he has been scoring most of the vital goals for us, and without him in the team right now, it's going to look very bleak for our football club.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bans. I appreciate that contribution. And somebody that we have, Bans, if you get a chance, can you send me before I say that? Send me your handle so that I can add it to the closing credits, please. Tony Sewell, if you're listening, we still love you. We hope everything is okay on your end. We haven't seen you in a while, and I've been meaning to message you to see how you're doing, but haven't remembered to do that. All right, let's go news hunting right now. Dante, is there any other player you want us to talk about here?
No, I think we've covered everyone there pretty much. So the ones that stood out, we covered. But yeah, a lot of them had a great game. A lot of them played very well. So it was a good team effort in the end.
You're eating and having the conversations with us while I'm dying of hunger here. I'm quite sure you're eating, Dante.
I am, yes. I'm starving, so I had to eat something quickly because then I'm going to go
You
on
know
my
how I
side.
realize? Because every time I call upon you, you sound like, oh my gosh, you won't leave me be.
And it's so good, coach, and it tastes so good. Yeah,
I can sense it. I can sense it. Even as you're speaking, you're still enjoying the taste. You
exactly.
already, but enjoy.
Thank
Enjoy, man. Is this still refresh? Oh, it's gonna take a while before it's done refreshing, and I'm showing people blank screen. But I have to say this: I'm really happy with the job the manager has done so far, and I'd have to, and also say I agree with him. Him saying, the again of all the games we've lost, there's none. You can't look at any of them and say, yeah, we deserve to lose any of them, and I agree. Honestly, we'd be 4 points better off right now if it wasn't for the fact that two games that we've drawn, one was against, I think it was Leeds United. We were in control. But if I tell you, I told my son on the day he was watching the game with me, I told him, I'm concerned because it's been too easy that I'm concerned that probably, yeah, we're going to implode, and we did. And that's something that's very common with a very young, and again, a young squad. It was too easy. That yeah, I knew we were in trouble. Sorry, this is blank. I'm gonna refresh it again. We want to go news hunting, so I have to refresh this to say, yeah, something went wrong according to X itself. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna go to this window to see if I fix it.
Kochi, this application and StreamYard, which one is more efficient and
I prefer this one a lot
do
more
that?
bells and whistles.
Mm.
But StreamYard, they've made a lot of improvements. They've added a lot of stuff. They have like reusable. Is it would it be correct to say themes? They open their game because this EV Mux is serious
Mm,
competition, but it consumes a lot of system memory because of all the bells and whistles. And with
yeah,
if you're able to customize this, and again, if you're into programming, you can create a lot of stuff on your own and integrate it with it.
yeah.
Okay, there you go. I think finally we're gonna get what we want. So, apologies, guys. Let me see if I'm able to fix this so we can go news hunting and call it a day. The screen has gone blank. Not necessarily for the streaming application only, but I think something. I'm not sure really, but I think it's something else causing the problem. It's showing gradually. We'll get there in a bit. But Dante, again, let me not disturb Dante in a bit until he's done eating. Banks, let me hear from you, Rosina. So far, I think, as I've said, I agree with him that if you look at those games we've lost, there's not you can't look at any of them and say we deserve to lose them. I think we did well in all of them. And
Y-
yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
definitely. There are so many games I think we could have beaten our opponents, but for some reason, and I think the team lost a bit of concentration, and we ended up playing draw or maybe losing to our opponents. And Rosinia, as a coach, let's not forget that he was here for a very long time. He played in the league, both lower and the Premier League, so he understands the pressure and everything. That is why when they were looking for somebody, I felt like he was the right person to handle the team. Do you guys remember there was a time they said Thomas Frank is linked with the Chelsea job, and let's see where he is right now. Just imagine this guy was here at Chelsea. It would have been one of those situations, but I'm glad the owners were able to bring him. He is very young, and right now I don't think names play a role in the game because sometimes you can find a coach somewhere, but give him the opportunity, he could just make a name for himself. One typical example was Maresca. Maresca was just an assistant coach to Pep, and he went to Leicester City, took over Chelsea, and he was able to win like two, major competitions with Chelsea. So as Rosinia is here, we all have to support what he's doing. He's really doing his best to bring the best out of these young players. He has been a footballer himself, so he understands the game very well. And I think so far his record here is not that bad. And some of the games that he lost, I think it was rather unfortunate for us. Even the defeat against Arsenal, both the FA Cup and the league game, I think we were doing very good. We were just the best team, and unfortunately for us, we lost to Arsenal. And against Burnley, I think it was one of the. I wanted to use a certain word, but I would just be soft. I think we just um, threw that game away. We could have won. And if you look at all the points that we've lost so far, just imagine we could have won all those games by now. We'll be talking about the title. But it's rather unfortunate that things went this way. And I believe that when the season is over and he has to do a review of whatever has happened during this season, he's going to correct so many things. And if he's able to get all the players who will be coming next season, I believe Chelsea will be a different team, and there will be a lot of competition in the Premier League. So far so good. I would say Rosinia is the right person, and we should continue to support the work that he's doing for Chelsea Football Club.
Yeah, Dante. Thank you so much, Dante. Let's hear your opinion, Rosina, so far.
Yes, it's been impressive. Like Ben said, we lost against Arsenal those games, but if you look at those games, really, if you look at it, we were the better team overall. But Arsenal do what Arsenal do, and they won. So the rest, yeah, a couple of the draws probably unfortunate. We should have won those games. Other than that, it's been very good. So look, the players seem to like him. The way they talk about him, they joke around with him. He takes a different approach. He's different from Maresca, obviously. Maresca more, a bit tougher, a bit more, micromanaging, a lot of little details. Rosenior is more, working on the players, as in, more relationships, etc. Obviously, tactical side as well, but he's got a different demeanor, a different attitude, and he speaks different. So he's more of a people's sort of person. So
He's a much
that
better communicator than
correct.
yeah.
Yeah, much better communication. So look, that we'll see how it goes. It's so far so good. Very happy with him. I think he's done everything right. Hopefully we finish strong and we get a Champions League spot, because if we do that, I think next season with a couple of right players, we're right up there and we're ready to go. So especially we've got Quenda, Mega coming in. So we've got a couple of really good players already coming in. So if we can add another one or two on there in a couple of positions we need, well, that I think we'll be right up there next season, to be honest. And we're finally probably a bit of a better preseason, even though a bit unfortunate, I guess the World Cup is going to be on, so that
What
could,
month actually? What month is it starting?
yeah, so that's going to actually not really give us a proper preseason again. So I'm not, is it July? When is it? No, I can't remember. Anyway, later in the year.
Okay.
So yeah, that's unfortunately that's going to be there. So probably warrant, and we'll have quite a few players going there as well. So yeah, that won't be ideal again, but it will still give us after it like a proper preseason though, where we didn't have one this year. Where at least we'll have it won't have the 2 months probably, but at least we'll have a month with them before, which is going to help quite a lot. And yeah, he can put his system down a bit more and his style of play, etc. And with some players that are going to be joining as well, so that's going to be very key as well.
All right, thank you so much. We go news hunting, and after that, we are going to call it a day. So the first item here, let's see, is this Vince's opinion, but we're gonna read it anyway. Vince says, and by the way, Vince, okay, let me just leave that out. Vince says you can see what Liam wants his goalkeeper to do. Jorgensen played high along the defensive line to create an overload when we are in possession, and then tried to bait the press when he is on the ball, which was successful in most cases. It gives us extra passing option. It was difficult in the first half, though, but clicked big time in the second half. Liam went there to try that with Sanchez. Duh. Just give it a shot. The only problem is that I don't trust Jorgensen's shot stopping ability. If he improves quickly, he could keep Sanchez on the bench. I don't think Liam benched Sanchez due to poor shot stopping, but because of his inconsistent ability on the ball. I think I agree. But you don't know. So here's the thing. Let's have some fun. I think Vince decided to cook some people here.
I
And
saw
these
that.
are, I must
Yeah.
say, go ahead.
Vince on fire. I saw that. He's decided to
Yeah, he
cook
cooked
some.
them, right? With this
It'll be
strange
nice if
cut.
you cook some of the bigger ones, not a couple of there, but the other ones that it would have been nice if you had to go at them a little bit more.
I think he does. He's not friends with some of the biggest accounts because he doesn't cook. He doesn't cook.
No, he's not friends with any of them.
Yeah,
No,
exactly. He's not friends. Yeah, I think with any of them because he's different. He cooks you when you do nonsense. He will copy out what you're saying and tell you this is absolute BS. The only time they did a gotcha moment with them is when he sometimes presents some content from some sources, and the other person doesn't like it. They will take it as got you moment.
yeah.
Yeah, which is nonsense. I don't really care. So Vince cooks Larry, who says Joao Pedro is not a better player than Nicholas Jackson, and that's a heel I am willing to stop breathing on. That's so stupid. Even when he was bad, I never at any time said that Jackson was a better player because I knew off the bat he's a much better finisher than Nicholas Jackson. Shoots instinctively, better aerially, but I'm not sure. Some people don't think with their brain. And Tony says Nicholas Jackson is generally better than Joao Pedro. I think we still see the same thing when it comes to Garnacho and Gettins. But I know Vince isn't a big fan of Garnacho. I hope, but he's the sort of guy, if he proves him wrong, it's okay, hands up. I didn't expect him to be that good. Then Private Developer said Nicholas Jackson is way better than Joao Pedro and Liam the lab combined. But that person got 0 likes, even though that's a redonkulous uh, take, which usually gets a lot of likes. Maybe Vince, maybe Vince took the screenshot when he was still 0. And Dan says, cannot believe I am saying this, but Jackson is a better striker than Joao Pedro and the lab. Jesus Christ. I
Yeah,
don't care
Can
Danny.
you
what anyone
imagine?
says.
The only one I'm following there is
Jackson is
I
better
do
than
follow
Joao
there.
Pedro. Go ahead.
Danny's the only one that I follow from there. So yeah, he's
Which
normally
man?
pretty good, but every
Dan?
now and then he'll say a few things.
But I mean, I know you don't have an issue with that because that's his opinion, but it's
No,
a redonkulous opinion, really.
it
And
is.
again, it
Yeah,
depends
yeah.
on who you ask.
Well, you got to
But
look at
some
the
of them
dates
right
when
now,
those
I
people
think.
posted, Coach.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look at the dates when those people posted those things. So if you
January.
see the dates there, it's all December basically when he was in that poor run of form in that December period there at the start. So it just shows you, 2 weeks you go and you're horrible. Even if you scored this hat trick, even now, watch him go 2-3 weeks playing bad, they'll say the same thing.
Yeah, because to them, form should be permanent.
Yeah.
And that's crazy, really. But that's by the way. Here's Liam Rosenior. We're going to be seeing a lot of post game comments. Liam Rosenior on Garnacho's performance against Aston Villa. He's really impressed me in the last few weeks, and has impressed me the most when he's been out of the team because his reaction to being out of the team, his professionalism, the intensity that he's trained at. It's no coincidence that he's gone and performed like he did today. That's the most pleasing thing for me because he deserved that today. He should have gotten a goal, but he was in the right position, and I love how unselfish he was to set up Joao Pedro for that goal because he could have gone for the goal too. I think he would do well eventually. I trust him honestly. I'm not saying we cannot do better than him, but I think he's good enough. He needs patience and is still a kid and can only get better. And I feel like we have the right manager to get the best out of him. Just says, I am fighting a lot of battle with this scientist convo. When coach already gave me, I think I've read that one. Did he say anything new? He said one more thing new. He says, okay, tell me your midfield against PSG. Who will you partner Caicedo with? Lavia, Santos, or James? I think that game too soon for Lavia. He shouldn't get a chance in that game. Listen, no, too soon. Too soon. Remember, on occasions before he got injured, the last one, he had opportunities to play, and he made, I think, 2 mistakes leading to goal. Not in a single game. Too soon. He needs to play a lot more before getting the chance to play in such a big game. What do you think, Bans? Before I go to Dante,
Kochi,
yeah,
yeah, what were you saying? Sorry.
Lavia. Jay is saying he's saying, okay, tell me your midfield against PSG. Who will you partner Caicedo with? Lavia, Santos, or James? Too soon for Lavia. I wouldn't mind James. The sort of
Oh
fluidity
yeah,
on
I
the right
gave
hand
you
side.
I
Because,
gave you my the first
yeah, but go
11.
ahead. Let's
So
hear you.
yeah, the first 11 will be Sanchez, center backs Sa and Chaloba, left back Kukureya, right back Gusto. I will play Caicedo and James in front of the center backs, and I will have Enzo and Palmer linking up with the three other forward players. So I'm going to have Pedro Neto on the probably left side, have Estevao on the right side, and I'll put yeah, Pedro in front of Palmer and Enzo. So that would be my first
One
11
player
for
too
that
much,
particular.
Bam. You got to leave one out.
Hmm?
You got to leave one out. You have one player too much.
You said we have to leave one out.
No, I'm saying you added an extra player. It's too many. Up, you can't have that many players on the field. So you, the way
Is it
you
not
said,
11?
yeah,
No, you were.
correct.
I think you weren't counting.
Okay, so if someone has to be out, hmm, that would be a difficult one. I wouldn't
Coming
mind
from
leaving
midfield,
out.
probably I think where you call a lot of. I don't know. I
I,
wasn't.
I, I wouldn't mind leaving out Neto for now.
You mean Pedro Neto?
Pedro Neto.
I will
Yeah,
play him. I think you
No, I
don't.
play him too.
I
Yeah,
value his selflessness. That is huge for me.
because for him he's a bit rusty lately and he's going through something. I don't know whether the exit of Enzo Maresca has been
Maybe
the
he
problem.
needed that red card. Maybe that's a good break for him.
But honestly, maybe I would prefer using Estaval because PSG is here to meet that young guy, and if you look at his record in the Champions League, I think he's one of the best players out there in
yeah. But
terms
who do you
of the
play on the
goal
left,
scoring.
man? Because that's what you're leaving out if you're not playing Neto. Who are you playing on the left?
Yeah, Estaval, Estaval can play across all the
He can, but
areas. So
he's more effective on the right
You
or
think
central.
Esteval can handle Hakimi going forward?
of course, yes.
I think he
Why
can,
not?
yeah. But I'd rather him
No,
on the right.
Neto can
Uh,
do that job. He's done it last time. I don't, and I don't see Esteval doing that.
That's why it's so dangerous that because Hakimi played with him and he knows how he moves and everything. So coming this time around, he's going to go watch the videos. The final game, definitely these guys are watching.
I
As I
mean,
speak with you right
here's what
now.
I want to remind you, Bans. The reason Heto was able to nullify him, I think it'd be accurate to say he nullified Hakimi on the day, wasn't down to any other thing but his pace.
Cucurella and Neto, you mean?
Yeah, and the tracking back, which a lot of all other players
Correct.
we have don't have that. I wouldn't drop Pedro Neto for any other player on that left hand side against PSG.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
But that's me.
But Bekochi, let's not forget that if we want to go in the game exactly how we played them the last time, trust me, they are going to find the antidotes and the game will be very difficult for us.
I
Rosinia can
think
approach this game.
here's something you remember I tell you.
They will not change.
Let me tell you this. They're not going to change. They don't know how to play differently. But something I'm going to tell you is this. Because they're saying, according to what we're hearing, they believe that
Mhm.
the reason why they lost to us was because they were tired. But who cares?
Really.
Here's what I'm going to tell you
They
right
are they
now.
are just playing mind games,
Yeah,
trust me.
here's what I'm going to tell you right now. After that game, irrespective of how he ends, I can't for sure say how it's going to end, but I know we're not going to get disgraced. I can assure you we'll probably finish that game with more XG than we did in the Club World Cup final. Why? Because we have, again, a manager who prefers a more vertical approach. But I'd say this. I will not drop
Kochi,
Pedro Neto, and I'm quite
let me
sure
let me
even
tell you what they
Rosenior
are
will
doing
not
right
do that.
now.
But
Let me
Jay, like I told you, I think that game comes a bit too soon for Romeo Lavia, irrespective of how good it is.
Yeah, Lavia will come
Mm.
in, but maybe after the first half or something. Let me tell you, Kochi, right now they are there with the video analyst with Enrique watching every single Chelsea player, how they were able to dismantle that team on that particular Sunday, and they are going to adapt a strategy that can just neutralize everything. So if you are Rosinia, you can approach the game the way Enzo Maresca approached that game, but you have to tweak your formation a little bit just to confuse them. That is why you don't have to go with the same exact, squad. I know Kowa is not going to be there.
Even if we have the same,
It doesn't matter.
even if we have the same 11 on the pitch on the day, I think the application will be different. But
Yeah,
all you can say, the aim will almost always be to bypass the high line, which will almost always yield good result if we're able to
Because
keep
the
their
way these
press.
guys are really, really like they are seriously wanting to beat us to let us know that what we did against
Which,
them
Barcelona
which
said
was
the
which
same
for me is
serious.
thing.
an added pressure.
Let me add this to you. Barcelona flick before the game. He said he studied the whole week Chelsea how they played against PSG and will be ready for them, no problem.
But
And they play
Barcelona
very
game, you
similar.
can say that they were not having their topmost or midfielder. Was Pedri playing in that game? I don't think he played in that game.
It doesn't matter. One player, we didn't have what's his name as well. We were missing Palmer as well.
But it has trust me, like some players, like some team have a player that is so effective, and whenever that player is not around, it's going to affect the team. So you can also argue from that angle. Pedri wasn't there. Let's wait and meet Barcelona where they have
Yeah, but he
Pedri,
didn't
and we
prepare
can.
with Pedri because he knew Pedri's not there. But I'm just saying, he said the same thing. I spent all week. We analyzed so many things. We're ready. We're not scared. We're not like PSG.
Mm.
Exactly the same happened. We played exactly the same, and exactly the same thing happened. So I don't think you changed that, to be
I
honest.
honestly think that this game we have to be very cautious. Let's get the 1-1 there. The away goal is more important. If we're able to get an away goal when they come to Stamford Bridge, they know
You
if
can't be
they don't
cautious with
open up.
PSG. If you're cautious with PSG,
They will
that's not a
smoke
bet.
you.
You can't play like that against them.
You
No,
have
no,
to
it's
go
not
for
like you
it.
are going to. It's not like you are going to pack the bus or whatever. You have to go with the approach that at least you get an away goal, and even your worst result should be a draw. If you are able to do that, and hopefully you can get a win there, that is fine.
I'd
When they
rather we
come back
beat
to
them
Stamford
there.
Bridge,
Yeah, I
you
rather
Our
can
we
whole
just
finish,
destroy.
performance
try
this
to finish it in
season,
the
I
first
don't
leg.
trust
Yes,
it.
What is
I
it?
think we go at them as well. I think we should go at them. You don't
Yeah,
let them.
and I think that's what we're gonna do. And
Hmm.
Rosenior has a good record against Enrique. 1 win, 1 draw, 1 loss.
Hmm.
And one of the games they lost when they're ahead or so. And the one they draw, either the one they lost or the one they drew, they were ahead actually, but
Yeah,
bottled
2-0,
it.
I think, in
But
the
go
midfield.
ahead, Bam.
Is
I want to
Dembele
hear
still
Daniel's
nursing
opinion
injury?
on based on Jay's question on the screen.
Is Dembele still nursing injury, or he'll be ready
I'm not
for?
sure who's going to be out. We have to wait until we get closer to the game to look who'd be available and
The
who'll be
game
out.
is next week Wednesday, I guess.
Yeah, we've got on the 12th. Yeah, yeah,
11th, I think.
11th, 12th for me. Yeah.
All right.
Let me
Oh
check.
yeah. So Dante, can you answer? Let's hear your answer to the question. Jay is already furious that he
Yes.
asked us for midfield and we're talking about the entire 11.
James is the answer. James.
James, yeah, I'd play James and have Gusto on the right hand side because that's also solidifies that right hand side defensively. And I
Yeah,
think in the midfield, James will be
like
special.
Bam said, I'll have James there. I wouldn't have Sa. No, not yet for that game. He's got time. To me, I'll still have what we played today for Fana and Shalaba. And yeah,
But
definitely
is
Gusto,
Fafana going to be
Cucurella.
fit for that game? Dante.
Yeah, because he had to leave the pitch today because
We
got
don't
We
injured.
know.
He
don't
They've
was
not
know.
heard
We
of
have
his
targeted.
no idea.
injury.
We don't know. We have no idea. So I'm just saying, if he's available, that's who I would play. And yeah, on the left, Neto. In the 10, Enzo Fernandez. On the right, Palmer and Joao Pedro, like we saw today. Exactly.
All right, thank you for that. So, and the midfield, have you answered Jay's question? The midfield.
I
You
said
said okay.
James.
You
James
said
and,
James. Yeah,
yeah.
sorry. Sa ahead of Fafana. I didn't say that, but even if he starts, I won't. I don't think it matters to me. He'd be playing like his home anyway, but I wouldn't do that as long as Fafana is fit. Yeah, we know. We know, Jay. I'd go for a win,
No, zero
and I
zero
think we
zero
can
is
beat them.
risky. Zero
We
zero
can
is
only
really risky.
listen for PSG. The way they play, you just need to be clinical. You will get chances. You
They
need
don't
to
get zero
defend
zero,
well.
and they don't get 0-0
We need
results.
to have an away goal, if possible, even 2-1 or maybe 2-2, so that it will
I
be
think there
very
will be
difficult for them.
goals. There won't be. There's going to be more than one goal. I don't see that game ending 0-0. If we defend, then probably it won't end 0-0 and we'll end up being on the losing side.
Exactly. Yep.
So I think we better go for it, and I think we can actually beat them away. Listen, they're gonna be playing that game with a lot more pressure than us.
Very.
Even though the manager would tell you, "I don't want revenge," that's see the biggest, the most redonkulous BS I've ever heard. He would
Their
want
player
the
said that they do
revenge.
already, and then the manager in the interview said, "No, we don't." But what's his name? They had an interview. What's his name?
Yeah, exactly.
Then
Why,
he
if
said,
they don't
"Yeah,
want a revenge, why did they go to the measure of begging for certain games to be cancelled? Why are they making? They want revenge. The players want revenge, but they're not gonna say it.
yeah."
For me, that's an added pressure. That's a
I,
serious pressure on them.
the, by now, as I was saying, they are trying to know how to handle Palmer and Joao Pedro. They know that if
I
they are
think
able
plus
to handle,
in this time probably most likely plus Estava,
hmm and
possibly maybe plus Estava. So
yeah,
here's the thing. Uh, but I'm gonna say this. I knew we were gonna get them because
of course,
this whole thing FIFA and Co are doing definitely rigged. Because certain games
it's
means
the way they do it.
more revenue. Certain matchups
Probably they were prepping
mean
themselves
more
for.
revenue. Sorry, go ahead.
I said probably they were doing a whole lot of rehearsals how to pick Chelsea and PSG because this look very fishy. Look
It
at
does.
Man City and Real Madrid.
Even
It's all
Thibaut
about the
Courtois
money.
said during their post-game interview before that game, he says, "We already know it's going to be Real Madrid. It's going to be Manchester City, so to speak."
This
Yeah,
wasn't coincidence. Like
you know
they
it
know
wasn't.
how
I
to.
think it's a way they know they manipulate that some way.
Of course,
Yeah,
they know how to do things to make sure that Chelsea and PSG meet because this is going to boost their revenue and everything. Just imagine these teams were playing the Club World Cup finals and it was a humiliation, for PSG. So this time around, why don't we pair them and make sure that we get the necessary, hype? So it was all cooked and I wasn't surprised that PSG were the ones that we are going to play. But anyway, we have to approach the game very, 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 very carefully because these guys they cannot accept any defeat coming from Chelsea because they think that it's a match that they have to win against Chelsea this
which
time
I
around.
I read that as that probably means they're gonna try too
And
much to win and end
and
up losing.
let's also not forget that if we have a very bad officiating, it can also influence the game. That is something nobody is talking about right now because if you go out there and the referee begins to flash the yellow cards and start to
It's better than the Premier
frustrate,
League anyway.
they are all the same. They're,
They're better.
like
They're
trust me,
usually better. They're much not.
Champions League they are even worse.
No. Well,
Yeah,
they're not
actually,
not
Premier League
as
is the worst.
they're not as they give more fouls because you can't get away with much. Everything's a foul, but that's the difference. But
Because
that's better for us than the other way around.
Dante, some of these officials like match referees, if you look at some games that they are officiating in the Champions League, you can just compare it to the Premier League. If they just want to mess you up, they will make sure that your key players get yellow card. And when they get the yellow card, they cannot function anymore. Like the slightest mistake, they are going to get a second yellow card.
That's fine,
And
yellow
they are not
cards,
going to
but
play
it's
in
not
the
like England with the VAR. They don't. I haven't seen them do mistakes like they do in England with the VAR. If it's there, all those against Arsenal, they all would be awarded penalties.
go watch Real Madrid games. The way sometimes
Maybe Real Madrid, Barcelona, take some of those out, but the rest that I've seen, like they're pretty good to me. They don't
Mm.
put up with that. They'll give fouls for that. They just don't put up with it.
The Premier League is the worst. Really.
It is the worst, yeah, because
But
it's so
that's my
one-sided.
opinion. Barnes feels like, yeah, no, Champions League, no, Premier League is the worst, in my opinion. But yeah, you get the gist. All right, let's see what else we have here. He confirmed on social media that he's fine for final. Okay, I hope he's fine. Okay, Dante, 4-4. Would you take
Yes,
that?
I would take that over 0-0. Yes.
I
Why
wouldn't
wouldn't
mind
you take
4-4.
4-4 over 0-0? I
Four
Yeah,
would.
four,
but
yeah, goal
4-4,
superior.
it's more
But if
likely to
PSG come
happen.
to Stamford Bridge and
Be-
score one goal,
Yeah,
they are
no,
going to the next stage.
even here's what I want to say. Given the way both teams play, right? 4-4 is more likely than 0-0. Yeah. Tebe, Malo Gusto out. Why did I shout you out before
Yeah, come on, Tim. Or
before
you
before
come here
Hey,
with
you
Malo
came
Gusto
on?
out.
Tobago is
You don't even come and say hello to us, but you guys come with
Ma,
Malo Gusto out.
Maresca's personal assistant.
Yeah. Ganacho might play well, but his end product is still horrendous. I mean, he will improve. He's 21. He's not like in the list 20 that I'm concerned. But I know you never liked him. You and Bobby. You didn't like him. You never liked him. So yeah, so Fana is fine. Thank you for confirming that. Emilio, Emilio right, could hit the stadium on the day. Why are we talking about the worst possible outcomes for the PSG game? I'm just saying, you talked about 0-0, and I'm saying, and we are saying more likely 4-4 is more likely than 0-0 in that game. It's not PSG. It's not like
Garnacho is
one team that defends deep, or it's not like Arsenal versus any team. We will improve when I'm not sure what he's talking about. He will improve when the time comes. But yeah, I'm not reading that. You cannot drag me to hell. Big up to you to Dante Enzo's lawyer. Much love to you, my bro. Nice to see you here. So we go back to do something. Let's catch up with a few things and call it a day. We've been streaming for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Liam Rosenior on Joao Pedro, he says he's a top player. I think he's growing in confidence. That's very, very clear. That overhead kick he attempted, that reflective of a player that's high on confidence. His hold up play, the energy he puts into the team in terms of his press, his movement, his goal with the left foot is world class, and the finish is magnificent. He's such an excellent player, really. And I'm happy we signed him. Cole Palmer played an amazing game tonight. Apart from the goal, those passes behind the Villa's defensive opened were class. As I said, even without the goal, I'd still rate him very high for that game. He did well. Anything I say? Unai Emery, very, very straightforward man, and I like him. He says Chelsea played a fantastic match, and the first half was the key. We were defending and trying to recover the ball, but they had a very good structure and combination and were creating chances. They when they scored the second goal, the match changed a little bit. I agree. What else do we have here? What? Why are they? Arsenal won. I agree. Hard on football, and I want to say this. Jesus Christ, they are cooking Mikel on X. And here's the worst thing: the people that are cooking Mikel the most are Nigerians too.
It's interesting to see all the
But
coaches
Mikel,
who
he
appear
hasn't
though.
said anything that a lot of other people haven't said. Even their most successful manager in history, correct me if I'm wrong, in Aston Wenger, did say what they're playing is in football. Nobody's saying it has to be pretty all the time, but I think what drives people's complaint about the way Arsenal play is what they do when they take set piece. And they're getting away with it. And that we're not, Dante, remember we talked about how it seems as if the rules are adapting to the way Arsenal play. Because
Yeah,
I
look,
remember even in that game, in that game, that cup game, you could have said we could have had the foul when one of the goals they scored against us at home, and then this one that they beat us 2-1, the two goals, there were plenty of reasons to call a foul on both, and one of them actually, one we could have had been awarded the penalty. Even if someone said, "But a good thing we scored after that," who's to say that had we been awarded the penalty, that we wouldn't score and still score more? So I'm really concerned, really. But I'm gonna have to read what Pascal says here. Yeah, He says, Tebejo, I didn't get the weekly Maresca. Maybe you weren't paying attention. Before Tebejo forgets about Maresca, we have to win one trophy or two. Yeah. But give me 1 second. Yeah, I'm gonna catch up what we have there. Then I also want to read what Pascal says about Arsenal here. But I don't think Arsenal fans. What did they do to Wenger when he said that? Nothing. He says Joao Pedro is very good, but still has no competition because Liam Delap is two. And I told you, Coach, you and Dante told me he will have a good. He will. How many minutes has he played? And
And he said he's a
I know
good
you're
signing when
going
I
by
asked
eye
him. He said
test
he's a good
alone.
signing.
How many minutes has he played? And go check his output compared to his numbers. The ratio of his of the minutes he's played. Um, I know. Thank you, Jay, for doing that for me. So yes, Liam Rosenior should win the cup and get top four. Yeah, but that's fine by me. Yeah, I think it's important you do that. He's not been perfect, but there are sensible reasons. I think maybe good reasons. Again, if you're being objective, or that you could argue have led to him not getting a chance to prove that he's good. I think he's good enough, and
Didn't
eventually
he
you
just
will
have a
come
hat
in.
trick
I'm
of
not
assists a couple of
concerned.
games ago?
Sorry.
Didn't he just have a hat trick of assists a couple of games ago?
Exactly. At least his hold up play, I'd argue, better than Joao Pedro's.
Yeah.
And players can actually play off of him. And he played on that day. He had a hat trick of assists. He realized that okay, maybe he's fluffing the chances that come his way. Then he started creating for his teammates. But that's by the way. So Brighton's Pascal Gross on Arsenal's brand of football. No words needed for that for Arsenal. I said my opinion on it. Everyone can make their own decision, but I am sure you don't like to watch these football games. But it doesn't matter. At the end, a win is a win. But the area that I'm concerned is the WWE, you could say, the wrestling aspect of the game that referees don't punish them for, which makes it seem as if the rules are adapting to the way Arsenal likes to play the game.
And they did it again
But
today,
yeah,
Coach.
sorry.
They did it again today. A clear penalty they should against Brighton, and also Raya went down 3 times to waste time. 3 times he went down for like a couple of minutes each time.
Yeah. And it looks like City themselves, they're clueless. They've given up or they just want, maybe Pep is just being too nice and would want his old friend to win it. Unai Emery, what we did wrong was more how we face Chelsea today. We are now in a bad moment. Chelsea are so happy and deserve to win. The consistency is very important, but now we are not being consistent. And he said today Chelsea were better than us. Simple. Congratulate us and move on. Michael Owen, Joao Pedro is one of my favorite strikers in the Premier League right now. He's doing better than Jay's favorite striker in Ekitike. I know Jay likes Ekitike very well. That Newcastle win versus Manchester United might be the goal of the season. What a freaking goal. That was a deliciously taken goal. I was thinking that yeah, he's probably gonna fluff it or maybe try to pass it to someone. And he took advantage of the fact that the defenders probably were expecting him to pass it to someone. It was a deliciously taken goal, I agree. Arsenal always waste time. That's their thing. Yeah, that goal was just beautiful, really. Uh we really paid Villa back for that painful defeat at Stamford Bridge. Something we did to Fulham last season. They beat us at home. We went to their we beat them on their carpet. Good revenge. It's obvious now that PGMOL is doing their best to have a new winner for the league. Yeah, and performances of other clubs aren't helping. Anything else you guys want us to talk about before we call it a day? I think we're caught up
Yeah,
with everything
sorry.
there.
Yeah, you said Man City, but they were unlucky not to win, and they had penalties not given that were clear penalties as
For
well.
City.
Yeah, for City. Yeah,
So it makes sense to actually argue that, yeah, the Premier League, they want Arsenal to actually win it this time.
100%. I didn't believe it, but after seeing that, I'm like, come on, guy. Like, how obvious is it now? Like, seriously.
Yeah. He says we're facing Newcastle next in the league, so we should be on our A game. I think I'm not concerned. We play differently.
That's a long time away, that game. Yeah.
Yeah, and we play differently. We don't play like what's that team that they beat again?
United.
Yeah, we don't play like we play differently. I think, and we're not the same. Let me just leave it at that. I think you'll find out on that day by yourself. Yeah, but Manchester City bottled. They did. They led on two occasions and dropped points, but they've always looked shaky at the back mainly, and their midfield looks very, very weak.
It's not over yet, anyway. I don't think it is. No.
Yeah, unfortunately, we'll end up beating them. You best bet believe that's gonna happen.
We'll see.
I'm saying seriously, can I ask the difficult question? If a win against us makes City win the league, would you want us to drop points? No, 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 no. Because where we are in the table, we don't have the luxury of accepting a City loss because we don't want Arsenal to win the league. That will be financially damaging. Plus, even if that's the case, even if we have, let's say we're in the top four and we have, let's say, 4 points, 6 points, 10 points cushion over other teams that are also vying for a place in the top five, I wouldn't want that to happen. I still would want us to beat them because, yeah, that's good for the development of the players. I don't reason like that. I don't know who else want to chip in for that one.
I will definitely give it to City. I will let City beat me so that Arsenal don't.
Oh shoot!
Because just imagine Coachella, if an English team is able to win the Champions League, obviously the representation will go high and we still stand a chance of going to the Champions League. So looking at that perspective, I will allow City to beat me so that Arsenal will not, get a chance to get anything anytime soon. And also, I will just put in this quick as it stands right now, if I look at the table from the 11th position all the way to the 20th position, everyone is capable of going to relegation, and it looks so scary. I told you guys that for the first time, Tottenham Hotspur might end up in championship, and how grateful that will be. So if you look at them right now, they have 29 points and they have a game tomorrow.
I mean, Tottenham getting relegated is seriously it's a real possibility. Even
Yep.
more, but I
If you
don't
look at
want
it
them.
right now,
I don't
they
want
have
them to be
Nottingham Forest who
relegated.
are like fighting so hard. They have West Ham. All these three teams, one of them will join Burnley and Wolves. So it looks very scary for Tottenham right now, and they don't have Mohamed Kudus who can like bring something to the team that makes it more like difficult for them unless they are able to win most of their games that are coming up. Other than that, they are most likely going to go to championship, and I'll be so happy about that. You know,
I don't want them to get. I like the
why,
rivalry,
Kochi?
and once they get relegated, the rivalry will die.
Kochi,
Yeah,
Tottenham, Arsenal. I don't want anything better for them. To be honest with you, I don't want anything good for these two teams. They can go to relegation, and I will love it. In
But the
fact, they
Premier
can
League,
stay
they
there
won't
for
allow
more
that to
than two
happen. You'll
years.
see.
That would be
The
good.
officials will help them if they have to.
What is it?
The officials will help just like they're helping Arsenal. They won't let Tottenham get relegated.
You think so?
Yeah, they too much
Uh,
money revenue they bring in. They're too big of a club for them to.
let's see what happens. They have some difficult games coming up, and I believe that will play a major role. They need to start winning games. If they're unable to win games, trust me, they are going to sink out there, and I don't see how they can recover from this damage. It looks very bad for them right now, to be honest. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna catch up. Then we'll call it a day here. Chelsea win against Manchester City. We cannot continue giving away points. Yeah, I don't want to give them a point. Yeah, Jay out. Philip Jorgensen was good, but he had Sanchez vibes, like too slow and almost got caught. I mean, almost is not the target. I think I'm okay with the way he played, but that's my opinion. You're entitled to yours. What about you saying bands of did I say Bonds? No way we should. Okay, he's
First
talking
thing,
away. Okay, he's
yeah,
okay. He's asking Vance what he's saying.
buns.
Yeah, Vance. All right, let's see. More likes, people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes do go a long way. I don't want them to be relegated. Yeah, well done, West Ham, by winning one. I hope Crystal Palace should beat them tonight. Let's see what else we have here. Dante out. Yes, keep saying that. Spurs are horrendous, even if the officials can help them. I think the return of the Argentine defender, I think, makes a whole difference. Will make a lot of difference for them. But here's the difficulty in football: winning, as much as winning can become a habit, losing can also become a habit. And even more so with losing. Because losing at certain point hits your confidence. And when it hits your confidence, it's difficult. Usually it takes firing the manager to get back to winning ways. But they fired their manager. We didn't even see new manager bounce.
And Kudus as well, coach. Kudus will be back, and that'll
Exactly.
make
Yeah.
a big difference.
So yeah, I agree. So we didn't see new manager bounce. It's looking very, very dangerous for them, unfortunately. So that's anything else you want to say before we call it a day?
No, that's it.
All right, Vance, how about you?
Yeah, I don't have anything, but I will say good luck to the team next week, and I hope they can go get something in Paris for us to qualify to the next stage of.
We got to get past the FA Cup first, man.
Say that again?
Yeah. We have the FA Cup, right?
No, the FA Cup, you know, we are definitely going to use our second team. We are coming up against Wrexham or whatever they call them, and it shouldn't be something that we have to think about it so much. It's going to be an easy game. The main game is the PSG game, and I hope we'll be able to get something in Paris, and the return match.
Yeah, we should be fresh for that one, to be honest. We should be pretty fresh for that. Yeah.
Yeah, because of even if you look at the game we play with them, if we had not scored 3 quick goals in the first half, I believe it was going to be a difficult game. So this time around, I don't know how it's going to look like, but I hope we can come out as winners, and everything will be fine for us. To be honest.
All right, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you and Dan Australian joining us on the that Australian join us on
That's
the panel.
horrible, coach.
The
Come
captain of the community.
on. You do better than that.
You're not going to
Something
stop me
like
from
buns.
saying it.
That's something like that.
I'm not gonna stop it. And then my West African bro in Bans. Big up to you, Bans. Thank you for joining us for the conversation. I appreciate you. And for those of you in the chat, I want to say big up to my bro Tobago for joining. I appreciate
Tobago
you.
is the bot for the. He is the bat for tonight.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you to Jay for joining the conversation. My Canadian sister, Miss Melina, was also here. Thank you for joining. And once again, I apologize for that mistake. And you know what I'm talking about. Also, thank you to Chimera, who was also here. Who else was here? Ty was also here. And if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all. And cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Chelsea fans, we won't stop believing. New knock with every chant and roar. We rise for the fight. The blue flag in the air, let it fly with pride. We're gonna show the world all hearts open wide. From Stamford Bridge, there are voices to lie. We love for the team stand strong by our side.
Every challenge we will never ignore. You.
Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites. singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly from Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal, we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly from Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal, we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever we'll stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal, we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand, oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable, hear the roar. forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong. With every goal we fly, hearts on fire. The passion unites us, takes us higher. Keep on singing, support never fades. Together we stand in this blue brigade. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. From Stamford Bridge, the pride that we share. Each kickoff, each moment, it feels so rare. With faith in our hearts, we chase the dream. Through every match day, we're part of the team. The love for our club is a powerful thing. Together we shout, let the victory ring. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. We're unstoppable. Hear the roar. In blue we trust forevermore. Together we sing hand in hand. For Chelsea forever will stand. Tonight is our night. For Chelsea we stand. Oh yeah. Blue flag flying high, fly high. Chelsea, the dream keeps us strong. Through every challenge we rise, never wrong.